Javier, Tim, Paul, good morning. Javier, I was just telling David, had my first run at making sausage. I will say the funny thing is I watched all the videos, a lot of videos, mainly on how to tie it off. And everybody slips those hog casings on the sausage thing on the meat. They just slide right on. Wasn't that easy. Was not that easy. I almost want to call BS and say that they sped up the video, but that's all right. I took a little of the leftover and fried up one quickly, see if it was any good. I was happy with it. Wife was happy with it.
Okay.
Impossible to get all of the ground sausage out of the tube into the casing. There's leftover ground sausage. Which is fine, because I might have some sausage on my pizza. There could be a pizza in my future.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. I like little chunks of ground sausage. That's how the Chicago people do it, and that's the best way to me. I do not like sliced sausage, and I don't like ground sausage put on a pizza like hamburger. It doesn't taste like anything. It just tastes like little bits of hamburger. You know what I'm saying? Like when it's just all over the place. That's a mess. Who wants that? Why? Uh-oh, this is not good. Hang on here. Why does it say the show's starting at 7 this morning? This is, whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, David, I can fire everything the first hour, but this is really weird.
Okay.
All right. I got to find the show open. Crud.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Monday of June as we will head into the 4th of July weekend and our 250th birthday together. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Pretty good sports weekend. We'll get to it in a moment. First off, Mark, how are you?
I'm good, David. How are you this morning?
I'm doing pretty well, actually. I'm feeling better over the last week and a half. The first week I came back, I still sounded bad. It felt a little better than I sounded, but not much. All right. Last week, something happened on Wednesday of last week. Don't know what it was, but my voice started to come back to what it had always been. And I'm feeling a little bit better.
Good to hear. You sound as normal as you've sounded in a long time.
Right.
Which I don't know if that means good things, bad things, indifferent because of everything that's gone on. But at least to all of us, you can lie and say that you sound and feel good because you do sound good. And that's a good thing.
Right. Put it this way. My mom's not as nervous.
Right. And I can tell you're not completely back. And I have no room to talk because I didn't shave this morning either. But that's about 2.5, 3 days of growth I see on you.
Oh, this is even a couple of weeks.
All right. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
The laziness of the facial hair is that's my tell, David. This is you going for the Oreo and Rounders, and whether you eat it or don't eat it, I don't remember which it was. I guess if you eat it, you're bluffing. Your tell to me is the facial hair because you hate facial hair. So if I see a lot of facial hair, it's like, what the blank.
I believe if he eats the Oreo,
Right. He's bluffing.
Oh no! See, I thought it was the other way.
Whichever.
I thought it was the other way because he hit and he got his cards and then he reached for the Oreo and started to eat it. Okay. And I thought that's when Damon said, and then that's why he started smashing the Oreos. But now, just for that reason alone, I'll have to watch it again.
Well, I mean, you can spend 4 seconds during a break and look it up. I don't think you have to watch the whole movie for that. But you started off with the whole 250 thing. I am, by the way, going to be wearing red, white, or blue every day this week. I don't know what happened to me over the weekend, but I'm fired up for 250. Obviously you and I were both around for 200, even though I was in like the second grade for 200 and only remember certain things. But I laugh now when I watch, there's a scene in Dazed and Confused, one of my favorite all-time movies, when they're leaving for the summer and the teacher says something about, if you, when you celebrate America's bicentennial, remember that it was a bunch of slave owners. She's a total super hippie lib that makes this line, and it just makes me giggle. And they don't pay any attention as they're storming out of the classroom in Texas. But I do remember, whether it was our little grade school yearbook of coloring 1776, I remember teachers making a big deal.
Oh yeah.
Now, in Michigan and like New Jersey, like down here, they're done in May. So I don't know how much teachers, in fact, I don't think my teachers for my daughter spend any time talking about our 250th birthday. But I do know for 200, David, even though I was finishing the second grade, it was a big deal. I'm guessing in Jersey, but we finished school June 9th, second week in June, basically. So it was within a month. In Jersey, I think they just finished school like yesterday.
Don't laugh. Usually it was right around June 20th. If we had a couple extra school days, 22nd, 23rd.
And then you throw in, it used to snow more. We had snow days, but 200 was a big deal. So I was with my daughter a lot this weekend. We did some things. We're having a few people over on Saturday on the 4th. And we were just out and about. And I was like, I go, Maddie, you're going to make 300. I go, I made 200. I made 250. Hell, I might make 275. I go, but it's kind of cool, for lack of a better term, not to get all fired up. And look, there's a lot of BS out there. Whatever side you're on, you bitch and complain about the other side. I get it. I'm hoping that just for a few days, everybody can be a little fired up about being an American, whether it's the men's team playing, and they're gonna, as long as they don't blow it on Wednesday, we'll still be alive on the 4th, and then they play Belgium, and it could be over. But on the 4th, David, we should still be in this sucker. The rest of the world has done nothing but tell us how great our country is. Those that have visited during the World Cup have had a spectacular time. That gives a little patriotism to me, at least. So I am going to, it might be red. It might just be red all week. I've got enough red shirts, I think, to get it done. I ordered a shirt for the 4th. It better show up in time. But I'm fired up for whatever reason.
Well, it's a good thing that you held on to this until now, because my mother is huge on July 4th and American holidays and celebrating the red, white, and blue. And she buys shirts for all these occasions, all of them. And, if we told her when our daughter was young, hey, we're going to come to Jersey this year and celebrate the 4th and what have you, when we showed up, there were outfits waiting for us.
Love it.
Red outfits, blue outfits, white outfits. Here you go. Oh.
Trouble for you and I wearing white. Couple of reasons. We're not small, even though you've lost a bunch of weight here. We're not small guys. And the more specific reason is we eat fast and tend to spill. I'm really the white's troubling because we can dump a Coney dog all over said shirt really quickly.
Here's the good thing, though. Let's be honest. When someone in your family is buying outfits for the rest of the family, there is an implied pressure that you all wear the same color on the same day. Well, Mark, nobody keeps a white outfit clean. Nobody. Whether it's fat guys who eat fast and are double fisted like us, or whether it's somebody who, eats like a bird. Okay, and weighs 106 pounds. Honestly, it doesn't matter. If you're wearing white, you are going to spill what it is you are eating today on yourself.
Men will. I don't put that up to all women. Although I will say, David, I was never been more proud than last night because I made tacos over the weekend. My daughter yesterday had a taco for lunch for leftovers.
All right.
And she was either going to change clothes, get ready for bed, something. She was walking upstairs, and my wife and I were right there. And my wife looked at her. She goes, "What's that all over you?" And on her pants, because she was sitting down, was a big splattering of juice from the taco.
Nice.
She said, "Don't worry about it, just taco juice." And I was like, God, I love this girl. You just keep pounding. You stay scanning and pound food. That's my girl. I love you.
But if I could for about 30 seconds, I was 10 for the bicentennial. Oh, huge deal, Mark. I mean, this is right around the end of grade school. And oh, yeah. And we're going to school up until about 2 weeks until our nation's 200th birthday. So, oh, yeah, it was a big deal. My dad's parents and my grandfather was alive for a little while longer, not much, like a couple months, but they worked and lived at a concrete plant. They were the security for the concrete plant. So their surroundings were filthy. I mean, it was sand, it was dust, it was rock, and it was loud as could be. I mean, you had the shaker. So literally the house would be shaking while you're sitting there watching an afternoon baseball game. But when everybody went home for work at 5:30, you had the whole concrete plant to yourself. Well, for some reason, I have it in my head that July 4th, 1976 was on a weekend. I don't know if it was or not, but the memory that I have is me climbing up the hopper. And it's about 4 stories high. And I climbed up it at 10 years old and sat near the very top and watched all those ships come into the harbor. And they had put all that money into the lady in the harbor to make her look good, okay, because she had been down on her luck for a while. Okay. And even though New York City was a hole and our country wasn't in the best of moods, man, we did it up right for July 4th. And it looked great. And at the time, obviously, the towers were still there. Okay. And I just remember, and I vividly remember saying to myself, you should make 250. Okay. Wonder if you can come back here and sit on this hopper at 250. But problem is, it's not going to be nearly the celebration.
No, it's not.
We did up 200. Like, we didn't know if we were going to have 250. And now it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's a Saturday.
July 4th, 1776 was a Sunday for what it's worth. So it was over a weekend. I'm not positive. I think it was that weekend that my grandfather had his own homemade fireworks. So I know a couple of years he did that, but I remember it being a big deal as well, obviously. But yes, David, I said I was having people over and I thought about only making dishes from countries that we beat at war.
Or soccer. How about that?
Well, I mean, I liked the war idea better. I thought that was more fun, personally. Why are you making shepherd's pie? We beat their ass. That's why, a couple of times. How about that? Those brats, we knocked the crap out of them twice, too.
Would be interesting. 1 or 2 countries. So are we recording this as a win
or
a draw?
There would be no Vietnamese food, but there would be food from Iraq. So there you go. But yes, 250. this weekend. I'm fired up. And David, while the nation may be a little different and New York may be very different, we are in Florida. And you know what we like to do in Florida? We like to blow crap up. We have legalized fireworks here. Don't worry about the harbor, David. Just make sure that your neighborhood doesn't get set ablaze, because they are going to blow crap up in ways you've never seen in the Sunshine State, and be thankful for it. You don't need Disney fireworks to enjoy the 4th in the Sunshine State, my friend, because we are going to have a celebration. Mark my words.
We miss our dog, except on July 4th. And boy, Rufus, I love you. Glad you're not going to be around Saturday.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
No!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup, at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What world do you live? Jay Gunn, I love your world, but no one's working Monday? I am. My wife is. Moulton is.
Now, Jay Gunn, my understanding is if the national federal holiday is on a Saturday, then it's celebrated on Friday. And if it's on a Sunday, it's celebrated on Monday.
And my understanding is, unless the national holiday is on a weekday, I work. The rest of it, I don't give a crap about.
Right. The Miller and Moulton rules are different. But I'm just saying, I'm guessing banks, post offices, whatever else is closed. Like my cancer docs are not working Friday.
Doctors are taking the day off?
I had some fun with them about that.
What, people don't have cancer on Friday?
That's what I said.
The hell?
They're like, we got to get you in here by Thursday. I'm like, excuse me? Yeah, we're off Friday. I go, you do know cancer doesn't take a day off, right? I go, you guys might want to keep that to yourself. Did you watch any World Cup over the weekend?
David, I don't know where I have watched this tournament nonstop.
Okay.
I was talking about it before you. I've been watching it since the God blessed thing started. Yes, I watched World Cup over the weekend.
Okay, but I mean, did you
I
watch?
watched Canada yesterday.
Did you watch the very last match Saturday night? Okay, Austria
I did not watch
and
the very last
Algeria.
match on Saturday night between Austria and Algeria. I didn't even care about it.
Okay. Was that Colombia, Portugal, Shimko?
That was an unbelievable game, by the way.
For 0-0? Oh my God.
That was one of the best games I've seen this tournament. Got a poll question up. I do have, if you want to go magic numbers, I mean, unless you want to go World Cup here, I got some fun with magic numbers. Colombia played Portugal, everybody, not Paraguay or Brazil. And it was amazing. It was a fantastic game.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, the starting five, and a little more than 15 minutes time on this final Monday of June. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We have golf and tennis this morning, live. Wimbledon gets underway. Huh? Come on now. You went to Wimbledon back in the day. This is daytime sports, and it's overseas to boot. I mean, this has got to be a top 5 sporting event for you right here.
Not on the week of America's 250th birthday. It's not. Damn those English. All right?
Well, we're celebrating this anniversary because we beat them.
Beat their ass.
Well, it didn't start off that way. I mean, you're a little zealous at the beginning.
You know what? We came back at it and did it in 1812, too. No good sons. And then we bailed them out twice.
Yes.
They should rename him Wimbledon America's tournament.
Although that second time, they were the ones hanging in, waiting for us to finally show up. Okay, they for years
they kept our capital, you bastards.
They kept looking at us, going, "So when are you guys going to get involved? Because our European allies aren't helping us out at all. When are you guys going to get involved?" But that's for another day. But we've got golf, 9 a.m.
9 a.m. I watched a good bit of it yesterday. Scheffler showed some emotion.
Yes.
He got excited.
He did. The Travelers, I think, meant more to him than the U.S. Open. Yes, he was fired up.
The World Cup brought all kinds of Norwegian fans to the tournament, which was spectacular.
Man, man, have they just paraded around the Northeast, and they are the hits. They are the hits of the region, man. Those guys are fun.
So yeah, I mean, you're right. At Wimbledon, tennis has lost it for me. I am not as and here we are with Alcaraz not playing, the world's best player. So that takes a little bit away. But the fact that Serena Williams is trying at 64 years old to compete, this will be interesting to see how she does. And I know it's not 64, but what is she? 40 what?
4.
Yeah, 44. Damn.
Yeah, that's up there.
Damn, this is tennis.
Yeah,
this isn't golf.
Even Brady went, oh, damn, she's getting up there. Yeah. I mean, nobody's trying to hit her, but I mean, she's getting up there. Yeah. Uh-huh. And her sister's like 47 or something like that. Yeah.
So it is impressive. But I mean, sure, I'll get interested in Wimbledon maybe in a week or so. The early matches don't do much for me.
All right. Well, they get underway in now, actually. Wimbledon, I believe, is already technically underway. And the Scheffler-Hovland playoff will get underway at 9 Eastern. And they'll play till somebody wins. 2 private planes, okay, warming up on the runway.
Is it 2, or do you think they're sharing a flight?
No, I think it's 2, because I think one's heading overseas and the other's heading to Texas. So I think it's 2.
Fair enough. What do we get? Magic numbers now? We're starting to get there. These things are, you can wrap your fingers around these suckers.
How about 61 and 72?
So I did a little 72 research this morning.
Okay.
Of the best 72s. Bleacher Report did a story a while back, the best player with every number. Now, this guy I thought only wore 70. The one they have is a baseball player. But I believe that he only wore it. Did Carlton Fisk wear 72 through his whole career?
I thought he just wore it in Chicago.
That's what I thought. I didn't think he wore it in Boston, but I could be wrong.
Now, a lot of people think of him as a Red Sox, but I believe he played more years and games in the south side of Chicago than he did for the Red Sox at Fenway.
Right, but his biggest plays and biggest hit was with the Boston Red Sox.
Yep.
But Ed Too Tall Jones is who they have as the best 72. Dan Deerdorf, another one. But as I looked up NHL players, there are a couple of NHL players that have done 72. One of them, Tage Thompson with Buffalo. Pretty good player.
Mm-hmm.
Another one, maybe a little closer to home. That Bobrovsky guy is wearing 72.
Ooh.
So
going to be a Hall of Famer.
Damn right. And a couple of cups. So, Ed Too Tall Jones, probably your winner.
How about this? I'm going to try to be a little too cute, and you're probably going to dump like a bucket of Gatorade over my head. But
when you say that, I don't feel like celebrating.
But how about if the most famous 72 is the 72 Dolphins?
Ah, it's so cute.
Huh? All right.
That's so cute.
Okay. All right.
But I would go Ed Too Tall Jones, back from my youth, Harvey and Ed on the edge. Love that.
Boyd Deerdorf's in the Hall of Fame, and I don't think Too Tall is. So you may have to go Deerdorf. Or yell at his peers and say, you got it wrong.
But I think Bob's a solid choice from the hockey world.
Yeah, I like that.
Obviously, Pudge is a White Sox, but Dolphin fans can, wax poetically and say, the best 72 Dolphins. Remember that when we were good?
Hey, come on now. All right. You don't think the Hoosiers still talk about the 76 Hoosiers? And
up until last year, Probably a lot. But I don't think they need to anymore because they won the national championship in football.
Hello.
So I've got a poll question up already, by the way.
By the
Go
way,
there quickly.
did you even look up 61s?
No, I did not.
Because 72 is not a great number. I mean, if we're looking up a couple of Hall of Famers in Fisk and Deerdorf, and Bobrovsky will be a Hall of Famer. But
And again, I've just got this Bleacher Report story in front of me. They've got Josh Beckett as their best 61, with Bill George from the NFL as their others of note.
Huh.
So, but you're right. I mean, 61 is not a number you think of.
No, it's got to be a great center somewhere, though. And it could even be from like the 40s. But there's got to be one great 61 that we're missing. Is there anybody in hockey?
Hockey, I've got one good one. I don't know about great, but pretty good. He wore it for the majority of his career. Rick Nash.
Oh.
Wore 61.
Yeah, you're talking to a Rangers fan, so he can never say too many good things about Rick Nash. So,
I mean, that's what I got for you. But I don't, the quick number 61s I do not have.
Nate Newton in our YouTube chat room.
Is that 61?
Nate Newton was 61. I don't think Nate Newton's a great 61, except for the local drug authorities. They think it is.
If he would have only been driving 61, who knows if he'd have gotten in trouble? Didn't he get pulled over for speeding?
Yes, and apparently, he had enough pot in his trunk to take care of Venezuela for a weekend. Yes.
But I'm kind of going through all the 61s in football. Names aren't really popping out for me, but I'll do a little more work later. Dave Laurila joining us on the show today to talk some baseball. We have 5 teams that are 500 and above right now in the American League. We have 4 teams that are above 500 in the American League because the West, it ain't the best when it comes to baseball, at least in the American League.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Probably the Golf Channel. I can't imagine it would be on NBC at 9. I'd be stunned.
And they can't go see NBC because that's literally, the start of their business day. I thought they said it was going to be Golf Channel.
I didn't have the volume on at that point.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
At 22 minutes before the hour, David Laurila will join us a couple hours from now. We'll talk baseball. We are at the midway point of the race. A couple teams are 2 to 4 games past it. There's a couple of teams that are just coming up to the midway point, but basically, if you're a Major League Baseball team, you got 81 already out of your system. And as Mark mentioned, only 5 teams in the American League who are 500 or better. Unreal. It's not a fluke because there's only 5 teams in the American League who have a positive run differential. So it's not a fluke. Right now, time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And the knockout stage of the World Cup got underway yesterday. And it was an exciting one between Canada and South Africa. Scoreless through the first half. Scoreless through the second half. They're in stoppage time. They're 4 minutes away from 2 15-minute overtimes and then penalty kicks. But thankfully, somebody scored. A minute and a half into stoppage time. Canada, with their first ever win to advance to the round of 16 in World Cup play. 1-0. Beautiful goal.
You don't clear it up the middle. Whether it's football or hockey, David, you don't clear it up the middle. And South Africa, who doesn't play hockey, made that mistake, David. They threw a pizza out there and it got buried by the Canadians.
That's right. If you're going to ice the puck, ice the puck. Or
Off the glass and out, David. Off the glass and out.
Had a couple of Canadians say to South Africans a few minutes later when they were shaking hands, you got to make no doubt about it. You just got to kick that one into the crowd. So Canada advances with a goal in stoppage time. We've got 3 winner go homes today, all of them on Big Fox. Brazil and Japan at 1 Eastern. Germany and Paraguay at 4:30 Eastern. And then the Netherlands and Morocco, which I think is a pretty even one from a betting standpoint.
Yes, you're getting plus money on both, David. Plus 125 on the Netherlands, plus 260 on Morocco. The biggest favorite of the day is Germany. Brazil and Japan, a little better than you might think. I mean, Brazil clearly the favorite, but it's not a foregone conclusion.
So 1, 4:30, and 9, all on Big Fox. Winner go home. 8 o'clock Wednesday, the U.S. and Bosnia-Herzegovina. The U.S. coming into the tournament was ranked 17th in the world. Bosnia was not ranked in the top 50. Now, something had to change because I was paying pretty close attention. And for most of the final days of group play, they were talking about how the U.S. had this unbelievable draw where they were going to get Bosnia, and then it looked like they were getting Egypt. Yeah, it ain't Egypt that they're going to play in all likelihood if they advance. It's like the 9th ranked nation in the world. It's Belgium.
So I'm perusing through stuff yesterday, and they re-ranked the world, one of the websites I'm on, ranking the World Cup field for the knockout stage.
Okay.
And they made some changes, like England was 4, they're 6. Colombia is 8, they were 11. But Mexico, they took from 23rd to 11. The U.S., they took from 22nd to 12. And I laughed my tail off because they took Belgium and put them from 12th to 15th.
Yeah, okay.
Here's what I'm telling you. If we win, and as long as Belgium wins, we will not be favored in that game.
No.
Okay? Just so everybody's aware. It would, as with the Howard there, the goaltender, who has more starts than any other goaltender in U.S. men's national team history, said, we would have to play 4 of our best games ever to win this. It starts with Belgium in the second round. If we win this week.
Wednesday, 8 o'clock is when the U.S. tries to advance to the round of 16. Golf. Travelers Championship is still going on. It's the final signature event of the season. Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland tied at 21 under after 72 holes, which they barely got in last night because of rain and darkness. So they're going to resume play at 9 a.m. today. Scheffler made 3 great pars coming down the stretch with putts ranging from 8 to 12 feet on 14, 15, and 18. Great pars.
After a lousy chip on 14.
Yeah.
I mean, that was not his best effort. So
you like it when you can quote those announcers who come up with those things just, to fill time. John, that was not his best effort. Really, Tim? Thanks for that. Anything else you'd like to add? It's the first Monday finish on the PGA Tour since last year's Players' Championship when Rory got the better of JJ Spawn. LPGA had a major this weekend. It was what used to be called the LPGA Championship. Now, I don't know what they call it. They throw a sponsor's name into it, and oh well. Anyway, Haran Rue won by 2. Canada's Brooke Henderson finished 3 back. Nelly Korda tied for 8th. Never really got it going in this tournament. Made a late double bogey on Thursday and a late double bogey on Sunday to derail her efforts. Baseball. Do you know the Tampa Bay Rays are in first place? Yeah, just like that. They've won 5 in a row, while the Yankees went out and got swept. Let's focus on the Rays. 5 in a row. All right. Junior Caminero has homered in 4 straight games. 5-1 Rays over the Diamondbacks. They've won 5 in a row, while the Yankees went to Boston and got swept in a 4-game series. What a wild one last night. Now, it was doubly wild because the first hour plus of the game was hijacked for the golf. NBC made the decision to show the final hour and 10 minutes of the Travelers Championship on NBC when the Yankees Red Sox had already gotten underway.
Does show you where baseball is right now.
Well, it does show you where the contracts read. That's for sure. Because if baseball contractually had the right of way, all right, they would have gone baseball. But so they go golf. Okay, now they switch over to baseball. And the Red Sox, literally as they switch over, get the first hit of the game. I think it was a 2 RBI single, and they lead 2-0. Turns out it's the only hit so far in 4 innings. And the no-hitter continues through the 5th, through the 6th, through the 7th, and 1 out into the 8th. The no-no continued until the Yankees broke it up. Then the Yankees scored 2 in the 9th to tie it. All right. Then they scored 2 in the 10th to take a 4-2 lead. Only have the Red Sox score 3 in the bottom of the 10th to win it 5-4 and complete the 4-game sweep. And what sloppy baseball it was in extra innings, too, by both teams. So, Yankees, a game back in the East, thanks to the 4-game losing streak. Seattle, they're no longer in first in the West. Yeah, Cleveland beat them 6-5. They knocked the Mariners below 500 and out of first. Cleveland's won 2 in a row, and they're tied for first with the White Sox, who lost to Kansas City. The Royals avoid the sweep 5-4. So Guardians, White Sox, once again, tied for first in the Central. But Seattle, Mark, trails Texas by half a game in the West. The Rangers hand Toronto their 6th straight loss. 3-2 the final. Texas is 500, and that's good enough to be leading the American League West. The Astros have come from nowhere and are just a game back. They beat Detroit in 10 innings, 7-5. And then you throw in the A's, who have led the West for most of the first half of the season, but they've faltered here of late. They're in 4th, 2 back. So Texas by a half, Seattle in 2nd, Houston a game back, the A's 2 games back. Yeah. None of them above 500.
But none of them above 500, but 2 of them would make the playoffs.
Right.
I mean, that's the other side of this. Because the Rangers, obviously, for winning the division right now or leading the division, are a playoff team. The Mariners, at a game below 500, are the final wild card team. The Astros and Athletics are the next 2 in the wild card race as well, because the Twins, 5 games below 500, are just 2 back in the wild card.
Speaking of the Twins, they beat Colorado 3-2, 2 back in the wild card, 4.5 back in that crazy AL Central. To the National League, the Marlins lost to the Cardinals 2-1. It's only their 5th loss of the month of June. Marlins are 6 back. Cardinals are 7 back in their division. Brian Torres with a 2-run homer. That was the difference in the game. The Giants beat the Braves 3-2. You know the Braves have lost 6 of 7? You know the Braves have lost 12 of 16? You know the Braves lead is down to 3?
I do.
3 in the East. Wow. Robbie Ray outpitched Chris Sale in the 3-2 Giants win. Schwarber, 30th home run yesterday, 2-run shot in the 7th to give the Phillies the lead in the win over the Mets 5-4. And as we said, Philly, think about it. They got their manager fired. Is Don Mattingly going to be manager of the year?
I think all those awards go to Chicago on the South Side right now, David.
Okay, fair enough. Washington beat Baltimore 6-4. The Nats are back above 500. All right. Luis Garcia with 2 homers for Washington. And give it up for the Cubs. They went into Milwaukee and took the series from the Brewers. 4-3-10 yesterday. They're just 5.5 back in the Central. Pirates are back to 500. Ryan O'Hearn with 2 homers. They beat the Reds 9-4. Dodgers took 2 or 3 from the Padres. They lead by 10 out west. 4-2 the final. NASCAR, Mark, they were in Sonoma. That's a road course.
Okay.
Just in case you get into any conversation. You know, Mark, if it's a road course, that means it's Shane Van Gisbergen. He led nearly 80 of the 110 laps to win it. Ross Chastain led a lap, finished 14th. And finally, Wimbledon gets underway today. In fact, it started 52 minutes ago. Yannick Sinner on the men's side is the top seed. He's in action today, as is the 7th seed Djokovic. Women's side, the 30th seed, Emma Raducanu, withdrew for the tournament because of injury. Top seed Sabalenka, 7th seed Coco Gauff, 4th seed Jessica Pegula, 14th seed Naomi Osaka. They are all in action today on the winner's side. 44-year-old Serena Williams will play 20-year-old Australian Maya Joint tomorrow.
Buy a joint. What?
Maya
Joint. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
And that at 7 minutes before the hour was your starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
So a road course and a pre-roll. I mean, Maya Joint.
Right.
Good to know.
Yep.
61 and 72. I'm going Ed Too Tall Jones. David says Deerdorf's in the Hall of Fame. And Florida Panthers says, what about Bob?
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
No!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't think it makes you a weirdo, RCB. It probably says you don't like golf that much, or you thought it was a rainout. Either of those, I think, are very fair thoughts. And if they were different thoughts, then they were yours, and that's fine too. That rain delay helped him, though, because he was all over the place before that. I will say it helped them both, though. With it almost seemed like they imagined, well, there's electricity in a storm here. Okay, it was raining hard. I mean, that's as hard as I think you'll see those guys have to play in rain. I'm not going to lie. I was rooting a little bit for South Africa. Oh, you're still muted. Hold on. There you go.
I figured as much.
It didn't bother me that Canada won, but I would have laughed harder if they lost, if you know what I mean. Wasn't paying that much attention at that point, Happy Joy. I really wasn't. I was locked into a game of Uno with my family. When you give me an hour and a half delay and start it again, I just don't have as much steam. Didn't have the volume on. In fact, we might have been off of Uno and onto the Jim Gaffigan special that my wife wanted to watch. She likes him a lot. Very good. A lot of reasons to. He's very funny.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Monday of June. Thanks so much for being with us. David Laurila will join us next hour to talk all things baseball as we're at the midway point of the season. I know the baseball hour is in our rearview mirror, but I would like to bring up one baseball factoid and just have you and others just ponder it. We've mentioned it many, many times for 3 months now, but it's not something that we ever take a step further. We talk about going a step further in football, in basketball, in hockey. But Mark, when I tell you that right now, the Chicago White Sox would be the number 2 seed in the American League playoffs, and that the Texas Rangers would be the number 3 seed. And meanwhile, the Yankees, who are many more games above 500 than those two teams combined, would be the 4 seed. Do you think if we ended up with something like this, and especially if the Yankees end up the 4 seed, because there will be no serious talk, nobody will bring it up in the league offices if the Rays finishes the 4 seed, having won 97 games, while the number 2 seed in the American League has won 86 games. They won't care. But if the Yankees have far and away the second best record in the American League, should they be penalized with being a 4 seed? Or what we talk about in the other sports, like in football, should we reseed? You can make the playoffs, but you can't hold on to that seeding. Blah, blah, blah. We all know the arguments that have been made: basketball, hockey, football. Just wondering, Mark, in the American League, I mean, think about it. We could have a below, which we never thought we would have. You know, we never thought we'd be able to make the argument like in the NFL when we have an 8-9 division champion, like Carolina last year. And we're arguing that a 13-win team should maybe be hosting this playoff game. But, I mean, you could have a 95-win Yankees or Rays team who has to go on the road and play a 79-win division champion.
Yep, you could. And will we talk about it? Yep, we will. Will anything be done about it? Not until we get this new agreement in baseball, because one of the things that's been talked about a lot, and the timing of this could be perfect for that, is realignment in baseball. So along with realignment, and perhaps moving from 3 divisions a league to 1 division a league, an American League and a National League, or whatever it is they're going to do. Now, it seems that most sports look at football, even though they don't want to admit it, and say, I want to be most like them. So does this get us closer to 1 American League, 1 National League, or what we've talked about even on this show, David, when we go to 32 baseball teams, that we have 16 teams a league and we have 4 4-team divisions? And David, if we have 4 4-team divisions, my guess is division winners will still have home field advantage in the first round. Well, I guess they couldn't because there's not going to be enough. And we might expand the playoffs to 16.
Bingo.
Which is more likely than keeping it at the status quo. So no, David, I don't think it will change anything. I think it will be talked about more because of the reason you just said. Oh my God, I can't believe the Yankees have to be the road team in the wild card round.
So you think if in the future they go to 8 4-team divisions, 4 per league or however they're going to call it, and you don't think like that last division champion has a chance to be barely above 500 most years, and you don't think that after a few years that they're going to go, the 5 seeds got 95 wins and the 4 seeds got 84. What are we doing?
No, I don't. I've never thought that. I think Pat put it in my head a long time ago. In the NFL, they like to reward division champions. And David, we've talked about it so much on this show. It affects the owner. I mean, it affects, I guess, the fans that can't go to the game. It doesn't affect the outcome. Home field court ice doesn't mean anything. We've proven that with data on this show. So there's 2 groups that it affects. And I don't think all the other owners are going to change the rule for 2 groups. It's, the owner who has the best record. Well, if you're in baseball, what are the odds that the runner-up in the richest division could have a better record than the worst division winner? I'd say they're pretty good. In fact, David, if we go to 16 playoff teams in baseball and we have 4-team divisions in each league, how many times out of 10 years do you think the number 1 wild card team will have a better record than the 4th place division winner?
8 out of 10.
Right. And I don't know if it'll be that much, but I think you're onto something. I think you're very close. And I don't think that baseball will make this huge move to have division winners have to play road first round series. I don't see it happening. Okay. Because there's only, it's going to be maybe 2-3 rich divisions in the sport. Well, everybody else is going to vote for their chance. If you're the owner of the Pirates, the White Sox, the Brewers, whatever the case may be, I don't think you want to have a vote that's going to benefit the Yankees.
Well, I'm looking at it a little differently than you. You keep talking about a rich division. Now, I think it ultimately is going to be a rich division or 2 of them, but Major League Baseball has talked now about really wanting to redo the divisions geographically. And this is where I think this may become, it's probably not under Manfred's watch. It's probably right after somebody takes over for him, 2029, 2030. But Mark, if they do the divisions geographically, one of the Eastern divisions is going to be Yankees, Mets, Phillies, Red Sox. I mean, do you want to take a look at where they are payroll-wise? And you mean to tell me only one of those teams is going to get home field and the others are going to have to go on the road? And that's where I think you could have some of the owners go, first off, we're in the hardest division. Secondly, only one of us going to get any home playoff games? Seriously? I mean, do we really think that's fair? And so that's why I wonder if they go geographic, which in some cases will also be going rich. I'm just wondering, can they stay with the, hey, man, we seed by numbers, we play home games based on numbers. Suck it up.
Right. I guess, David, I don't think that there'll be enough rich owners. I think at the end of the day, the majority of the owners won't vote for the rich owner. These things have to be voted on. If the
Yes.
Yankees and Red Sox and Mets made the decision, well, then I know you're right. But they don't. And I don't think the majority of the teams would go along with them. That's all. I understand your point, and there's not a doubt in my mind that those owners in that meeting, David, would be pounding their fist out. What do you mean only one of us gets to have a home game? And the owner of the Brewers would be like, I don't know what to tell you. I ain't voting for you.
Well, I agree with you. I think it's going to be, if we're counting votes, do I think that the quote unquote rich owners can get the votes? No. But do I think the rich owners can stop the current playoff system as it is now? Yeah, I do. Because it'll take what, 8, 9? It'll take 8 or 9 no votes. Because think about it. The Dodgers are going to have to cover their butt. I mean, right now they're winning the division every year, but they're going to have to cover their butt when they win 97 games and finish second.
I got you. Do you think that the Diamondbacks, Padres, and Giants are going to be on the Dodger side or on the side of the owners that don't have as much money?
Well, the Giants and Padres may hate the Dodgers, but they also want to look out for themselves. They're going to be like, listen, it's going to be tough to win the division because we're going to be in it with the Dodgers. So are you saying we're never going to host playoff games? So I actually
what I'm saying is the year the Dodgers have a bad year and we win the division with 88 games and someone else has more, we could lose a playoff game.
See, and I look at it as them wanting to, we'll have a better record being second place in the Dodgers division than the 3rd seed or the 4th seed will have. And therefore, I want my home playoff games.
Doesn't matter the sport, David. Teams like to hang championship banners, and they do it for divisions now, which is pathetic. And to tell a division champ, you've done what we've asked you to do in the regular season. And your reward is you get to go on the road for the playoffs. By the way, first round of Major League Baseball playoffs right now. How many home games does a road team get?
First round?
Yeah.
That would be 0.
Thank you. Division winner could get no home playoff games. I don't see that. I just don't see it happening. In the other sports, football, take football out. But if you have basketball and hockey and you want to do that, they're guaranteed some home games.
Right.
But now we have a playoff system in baseball where in the first round, the division winner gets all of the games at home.
Right. The best wild card and the worst division winner gets the home games because it's a best of 3. So they potentially get all 3. I think that'll also be part of the change, Mark, in which all playoff series will be at least best of 5.
So it'll go from a really short series to a short series?
That's an inside joke that goes back about a decade on this show. Much funnier to Miller than it is to Moulton. Okay, but
if you're watching on YouTube and or Twitch, I have what's called a blank eating grin on my face right now.
Does he ever.
I'm very proud of that line. In fact, I'm going to reflect on it over the course of the next few minutes.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating
The
needs.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Final Monday of June. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Knockout round is underway in the World Cup. If you lose now, you're done. By the way, tied after regulation, 2 15-minute overtimes and penalty kicks. And no, they don't change it the deeper you go into the thing because, well, we had, I think, a semifinal in the championship match last year. Go by this formula. And it was riveting, I will say that. Made for great TV, great drama.
We've got a poll question up. Are you excited for our 250th birthday? You got 3 choices. Very excited, moderately excited, or when does football start? Right now, on YouTube and Twitch, it's 50-50 between very excited and moderately excited, where we can actually see what you vote on if we want to pay attention. We really don't. On X, when does football start is getting 2/3 of the vote.
Wow.
And you know, David, one, I'm very excited because it's significant. And my daughter being 12, I remember being, 6 years old, about to turn 7 that summer, it being a big deal when I was a kid. So I'm excited for her and celebrating it with my family. And so much so that I decided to have a little barbecue and have people over. I had a couple of different ideas. I was only going to make foods from countries that we beat in war, but I at the end decided to go a little more American and go, barbecue and things of that nature. But also, I love the 4th of July. I have said on this show many times, it is my favorite holiday. Yes. Thanksgiving is second. The 4th of July is first, and why it wins out is Thanksgiving, while you don't have to buy any gifts, and you're able to eat and watch football, which the football part gives it a huge, huge plus. You are required, damn near by law, to spend it with family. 4th of July, on the other hand, family, not necessarily a part of it. Friends, right. Drinking, eating, less sports, but usually some water. And we blow things up. But you don't have to work on either. The 4th of July. Now, this is, to me, I like a Friday 4th of July. I like a Monday 4th of July. The Thursday, when you can get the 4-day weekend put in there, that's a good one, too. I mean, Wednesday's really your only bad 4th of July day. Advantage Thanksgiving, always a Thursday. You get the Friday off. So I'm a big 4th of July fan. So I am very excited on a lot of different fronts. Those are our poll. That's our poll question. That Mark Miller, Miller_Moulton on X. And then if you're on YouTube or Twitch, you can just put a number in, 1, 2, or 3, your choices.
Was your community a big parade community?
No, Saginaw, Michigan, not a big parade community. I was in one 4th of July parade that I remember. My mother worked at a bank, Community State Bank, and it may have been for 1776 that Shields had a little parade, the little suburb that I lived in, that I may have been on a float. But I remember being on one float in my life. So no, not a big parade community.
Okay. I know that because obviously, around Thanksgiving, and I grew up in the Northeast, there were a lot of parades. High school football got tied into Thanksgiving a lot in the Northeast. I know it didn't in a lot of other areas of the country. And we could have that debate if we want. But I do know, Mark, that they would try to, because in the Northeast, man, they love their parades. Hey, love their parades. The adults want to put an event together that keeps A, the kids occupied, and then B, ends with them being allowed to eat and drink a lot.
Parades are a lot of litter to me. We throw candy that doesn't get picked up. Horses dump all over the road. I mean, the parades are messy.
Well, sometimes you can use little leaguers to replace the horses. I know.
Little leaguers take a crap in the road?
No.
Oh, okay.
But instead of having horses to occupy the roadways and do the marching and what have you, that you could around the 4th of July if you want. You know, there were a lot of baseball leagues, a lot of youth baseball leagues, even in the summer. And so, you know, I remember putting the uniform on a few times because it's time for the parade. Get marching.
You know, a couple people have sent into the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. Isn't there a fireworks ban here or a fireworks ban there? I don't know. And as this person brought up, you know, I think it was mentioned on the local news, but other than old guys like me, who watches that? You're making excellent points, sir. That's why I'm putting them out there for people. I don't know. Maybe our buddy, the chief of police there in the Cape, will let me know if there's any fireworks bans anywhere. Here's the thing. Like, my neighborhood, the HOA is very, I shouldn't say the people from the office. They're actually pretty nice. But some of the people in the neighborhood, because we have an HOA, and I know fireworks are against the rules in this neighborhood, they're going to get that neighborhood HOA unofficial Facebook page is going to get flooded with you know what and moaning over people blowing things up this weekend. My wife, who's a veterinarian, will prescribe more drugs on Friday. Well, she doesn't work for that particular company on Friday, but this week, Friday, they will be packed with people needing drugs for their dogs so the dogs can sleep as best as possible through the fireworks. It drives dogs nuts.
Yes, it does. And growing up in apartments, we couldn't have pets, so I was unaware of that and became a homeowner later in life. And of course, we got a dog, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I hate this holiday. And because of it, I'm starting to hate this holiday. Oh, yeah. And then you think the fireworks have died down, and then all of a sudden, here comes about 4 minutes of fireworks. And the dog's wide awake again, making noise.
But here's the thing. You can have all the bans you want of fireworks. I don't think there's enough emergency personnel to stop all the areas that will be shooting them off. Because the last time I checked, all the fireworks stores are open.
Right. Always love that in Florida. Fireworks stores are open, but you're not allowed to set them off. Got it. I'll make that note.
Right.
I'm sure we're all going to abide by that. Mark, I will say large portions of Florida, and I'm sure it's the case in other states that we're on, you know, they've got droughts right now. In some neighborhoods, it's very serious.
No, I'm with you. We've had fires. I'm not making light of it. No. I am just pointing out the obvious. Florida. Okay. We're on in 5 markets in this state. How many of the people in Tampa, Jacksonville, Fort Myers, Naples, Lake City, Port Charlotte, Venice are going, what percentage who were planning on shooting? I mean, let's just take it. Let's just say 10% of the population wants to shoot off fireworks. Probably a bit high, but somewhere between 5 and 10% of the population loves to go to these stores and buy fireworks. Of that 5 to 10% of the population that's going to the fireworks stores to load up on expensive fireworks, how many of them are saying, oh, there's a burn ban. Oh, there's an HOA in my neighborhood. I'm not going to shoot them off. I'm going with 0.0001% of that group.
I was going to go with 3. Yeah, 3%.
So I don't, every time when I do the good, the bad, and the ugly on a Monday after this, there will be something on brothers shooting each other with fireworks. My buddy in Saginaw, his neighbor, he had brothers that lived across the street from one another. And on the 4th of July, they would have bottle rocket fights every year. And there would always be a bush that went ablaze.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
No!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
This is Miller and Moulton.
American
Glad.
The Floormeisters.
By the way, I forget who 20 minutes ago typed it in the chat room, but talking about in the last whatever years, I mean, last year's NFL playoffs, in the wild card round, didn't the home teams lose all 4 games? Niners beat the Eagles, Rams beat the Panthers, Bills beat the Jags, Texans beat the Steelers.
It doesn't matter. It's not the point, Red Dog.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. David Laurila, an hour from now. We'll talk a little baseball as we're at the midway point of the season. My $20. Marlins going to make the playoffs. They're a game out.
No.
In fact, it might be a half game out.
No, I'd take that. I'd bet you. I hope they do. I mean, but I think it's unlikely. I think that if you're the Marlins, back to the Alcantara deal. Do you trade him? Or, I mean, because you're in this. It doesn't. A month from now, you should still be in this.
Oh, very much.
It would have to go terribly in the next 30 days for you not to be in this.
Right.
So we're at the deadline. If you're running the Marlins, do you look at your team and go, well, we're going to make the playoffs. We keep everybody in bye. Or if we squeak in, we really aren't a team that's formidable to the Brewers, Braves, Phillies, Dodgers. Why don't we get better for next year? I mean, I think it's a legitimate question, David.
Oh, no, it's a very legitimate question. And as somebody who likes to hold on to guys and doesn't like to sell, to me, it would have to be about just how overwhelming the offer is. And if the offer is too good to pass up, then I may be in it, but I'm going to sell Sandy. Here's why I think I wouldn't be so quick to go no with the Marlins as to whether or not they're going to be in the playoffs. Now let's look. See, now that we're halfway through the season, now let's look about who's swimming around the Marlins. Remember, Mets are done, and the Phillies have gotten their act together. So, okay, we go Braves, Phillies from the East. That's fine. We go Brewers. Let's even go Cubs, which, by the way, is no sure thing. They're a very streaky team, and they have a ton of pitching injuries. But I'll even give you the Cubs, and then I'll give you the Dodgers. Okay? Are you sure about the Padres? They're not as good as you think they are. Take a look at their record. They're a half a game better than the Marlins.
No, David. The Cardinals are over their skis. The Padres, I don't know. The Padres should be better, but when are they? If you know what I mean. Like,
right.
We've watched this Padres thing now for a half decade, and it's just kind of there.
Yep, and they're not as good as they were the last couple of years. They've had to sell off some pieces. They're in the middle of an ownership sale, and they may not be able to fortify things, even though the GM likes to.
No, David. I mean, the Pirates, really? The Nats? No. I mean, the Diamondbacks are a game below 500, but you still have to consider them because they're only 3 back to the wild card right now.
Right.
And even the Reds are 4.5 back. But I mean, I'm just trying to include everybody that's in this. I know it breaks the Miller and Moulton rule of teams that are below 500, but being realistic, if you're in the room discussing this, I think you're looking at right now, there are 8 teams. We take the Phillies and Cubs and say, all right, they're going to make it. So we're at 6 teams for 1 spot. We're as good as any of them. We are.
Yes. And by we, we're talking about the Marlins. Here's the other thing. You can go back a full years now with the Marlins. We're not just talking 3 months of the 2026 season. Remember, you go back to late June of last year. The Marlins record the second half of the season last year was top 8 in baseball. So they've put 160, 70, 80 games together here. All right. And it's a playoff resume. So, I mean, wouldn't it be awesome for the Pirates and the Marlins to go at it in September? Winner makes the playoffs. But, who cares if they can go to the World Series or not? First off, nobody's going to. And yes, Mark, here it comes. Anybody going to want to face those 2 teams with their pitching in a short series?
Oh, funny. I thought here it comes was going to be my line to tell you, is it going to. David hates when I do this. So the Marlins, whether they finish in 6th place in the National League and qualify for the playoffs or finish 2 games back in the wild card, it will affect attendance by 8 people.
Ooh, that's a lot. Thinking that it'll affect them by 8.
Right. I mean, they may have 4 more games where they allow dogs in the ballpark.
But, I don't care about that. I'm just talking about are they going to make the playoffs or not. I don't care if anybody goes to the games. Not my problem. That's their problem. Okay? If I'm the general manager, I look at the owner, I look at other departments and go, hey, not my problem. I'm putting a winning product on the field. Although seats, that's a you problem.
I'm looking at their schedule here in September when things are going to get interesting. They have the Cubs, the Mets, and the Dodgers for homestands before going on the road for a bunch of games in late September and finish with the Braves at home. You couldn't ask from an attendance standpoint to do better than that.
No,
you really can't.
Cubs, Dodgers, Mets, Braves, 2 division rivals and 2 teams that draw everywhere.
I mean, you should, in theory, and we're talking about the Marlins here. I mean, you should average between 18 and 19,000 a game for that. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. But realistically, if they're in it, they should be drawing fans. Yes, it's football season, but come on, the Miami team isn't going to be competitive, although the one on Saturday should be very competitive.
So just throwing that out there, because I'm getting really tempted to throw my $20 on the Marlins. Really tempted. Now, I know they're playing great baseball right now. I mean, they're playing like 750 baseball so far in June. I mean, they're playing great. So give them their due. But they've played playoff baseball for a year in the National League. They have.
They need to go. I mean, David, will they go get a couple bats? Because they still don't score enough runs.
I agree with you. I mean, they're like the Seattle from last year. Seattle went and got 2 bats, and it took them to within, a game of the World Series.
And here's the thing, though. I don't see them as an organization, wrong phrasing for that sport, but I'm using it anyhow. I don't see the Marlins organization giving up prospects, what you need to give up to get good bats. Now, they might be able to get guys from teams that have grossly underachieved, Red Sox, Tigers, Mets, who would have said bats but would want something in return.
Well, and this is where we joke about their attendance, and they're not the only team that we can joke about, but this is where, if this unexplained success, if the fans actually started to show up, then instead of having to give up prospects, they could take on a little bit of salary and hold on to a couple prospects. Why? Because they got an extra 5, 7, 8,000 people showing up to the games. And let's just say people start showing up in August. And then, yes, Mark, what are the Marlins doing behind closed doors? Somebody standing up and saying what you did 3 minutes ago. Listen, we got people coming to the ballpark for the Nats, all right, and for so-and-so. Well, next month we're going to have the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Mets, and the Braves. And what do you think we're going to draw for those series?
So, David, they've got as good a shot as any out of the teams that we mentioned. When you look at the wild card, Cardinals, Padres, Nats, Pirates, D-backs.
Okay, let's go one at a time.
Cardinals.
Okay. Marlins, Cardinals, who would you take?
It's flip a coin.
Well, no, you got to make a call here.
What?
Who would you take?
Cardinals.
Okay, and I would take Marlins because I think the Cardinals are over their skis, and I don't think the Marlins are. Diamondbacks.
Well, you actually just said they were, in the fact that they played 750 baseball in June. That's way over their skis.
Right, but not for the 6 months, though, because they just duplicated what they did last year.
Diamondbacks, I'd go Marlins.
Yeah,
I know you got a soft spot for them.
Yeah, I do. I'd probably go Diamondbacks.
Okay.
But Pirates?
I'd go Marlins.
Reds?
Probably Reds.
I'd go Marlins because the Reds can't beat anybody in their division. The fact they took 2 out of 3 this weekend was considered like an act of Congress. And then Padres.
I'd go Padres.
I should go Padres. But I think there's more teams that the Marlins will finish ahead of. Never mind if you throw Nats or anybody else in. So I don't think it's as far-fetched as...
I'm not saying it's far-fetched. You just
No, I
said
know.
what I think, and I said no. But here's the real question. Both, neither, which makes moves to better themselves at the deadline or makes trades to arguably get worse? Marlins or Rays?
Ooh.
You know what I'm getting at here, because
I totally do.
I don't think I don't want you to think like David Moulton, the GM.
Right.
I need you to think like the Marlins and Rays organizations.
Yep. I think the Rays will make a couple moves to make themselves a little bit better, but not enough. And I think the Marlins will make 2 moves each way. They'll try to thread the needle on a couple of moves to make the roster a little better, but I do think at the end of the day, they're going to trade Alcantara.
And you know what? Could they trade him and get a bat and a prospect? Get a guy for now and a guy for later. And is that the right move? Pitching's not their problem. And their pitching's, David, we've talked about it. They got guys that are coming off the IL right now. Their pitching's seemingly getting stronger.
Well, and also, no matter how great a pitcher is, I mean, didn't the Pirates just lose 7 consecutive starts that Skeens had? Obviously, and he pitched pretty well during most of them. And so if they trade Alcantara right around the deadline of August 3rd, what's he going to miss out on? 8 or 9 starts? I mean, you can still get it done missing out on 8 starts.
By the way, since you went baseball and trades and you made your glorious case for for Skubal to the Rays Friday,
Mm-hmm.
where's Skubal going? because he ain't going to be in Detroit in a month. I mean,
No.
they can't beat anybody. They're bad. And their bullpen is god awful. Like, they've had the lead in enough games to be in a playoff race and then some. Their bullpen can't hold a lead. You have to trade him. If I were to say my $20 and we're getting odds anywhere, where does Skubal end up?
You're going to hate this.
Oh, I think I know the answer.
Dodgers.
Yep. That'd be my bet.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you not old enough or were not paying attention, welcome to the late 1970s and George Steinbrenner and the New York Yankees.
And by the way, I know a couple people argued with me and said everybody hates the Dodgers. I don't see it the way you do. If they get Skubal, the hate meter will go up. That will honk baseball fan off. And I'm with you. I think it's going to happen. Miller and Moulton. David Laurila next hour. We'll ask him that question. We'll ask him maybe all three of those questions.
I mean, how do you end up being the best team in the league for 3 to 5 years running? And then, oh, by the way, have a top 5 organization during the same, because you can afford to make all these deals. Oh, boy.
By the way, it's why, the players don't want this deferred money, but the rest of the owners do, because there are only a couple of them that can afford. And that's the other thing. If you're Boris and Skubal goes to LA, he'll negotiate with them right away. He knows they pay it. And his client would be a fool to not take a bunch of deferred money to stay being a Dodger. It would almost be unfair if he goes there. And I think you're right. I think that's where he's going. I mean, I hate to say it, but at this point, I think I'd rather root for the Yankees to get him.
I hope he goes to either the Braves or the Phillies, because I think that would be cool.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Go!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
This is Miller and Moulton.
He'll be an Astro. And what has you saying that? Do they have and I don't know their farm system. You're an Astro fan, and you text me about the Astros at least 3 times a week about how good they are. And they're now, we've talked about them twice this morning before 7:00, and doesn't mean you were on, it doesn't matter. But what makes you think that they'll be an Astro? That he'll be an Astro, I should say. Just a quick search. I don't even have them in the top 5. So give me some information outside of your opinion as to why. Because Verlander went there before. I mean, help me. I don't know their farm system. You type these things, I ask you questions, and you don't answer me. That's frustrating. Well, then that kind of takes you out of it, doesn't it? I mean, I'm seeing the Cubs, the Dodgers, the Phillies, the Braves, the Yankees, and the long shot team I'm seeing are the Athletics, which would be hysterical. I would like them to ship him there. And Tim, I could be dead wrong about the Rays attendance when they get the new stadium, but having spent all that time there, St. Petersburg is just a long ways away from where the people in Tampa live. It just is. According to what I'm seeing, that the Dodgers and Cubs have the most in their farm system to get them. But we'll see. Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton on this final Monday of June. Thanks so much for being with us. David Laurila will join us in about 35 minutes. He's with Fangraphs. We'll talk some Major League Baseball with David coming up. Our football magic numbers. Ooh, I don't know. We can work with these. 61 and 72. Interesting. 61 days to the start of the college football season. 9 weeks this past Saturday. And 10 weeks Wednesday. Seahawks host the Patriots this Wednesday, 10 weeks from Wednesday. And then Rams and Niners. Boy, the Niners, if you're into tracking the miles that teams will travel this year to play their games, whoo, the Niners got screwed. Now, I don't know how relevant that is because week 1 they're playing the Rams. No, Rams got to go through the same thing. You know, I think they're playing a Mexico game, though. Niners have had good success in Mexico. They have a lot of fans there. So we'll see. Many things to keep track on. Niners benefited from a very favorable schedule last year. Not going to have as favorable this year.
So, David, I wanted to bring something up here. You have gone all in on the World Cup.
Yeah.
And I had been from the get-go. When the tournament started, I've been watching. I've been fascinated by it. I've been fascinated by how much the fans from around the world have enjoyed their time spent in the United States. There's a bunch of, stories that if you wanted to get into some interesting players that are being allowed to play, you could go in that direction. I'm not bothering with any of that. I'm just watching the matches. But now we're in the knockout stage.
Mm-hmm.
And I may upset my Canadian friends, but yesterday I found myself pulling for South Africa.
Oh, wow.
And while my wife and I were watching, because she has been enamored with this tournament. Like, she is enjoying watching it. And like commenting to me going, wow, this is a lot more like hockey than I thought with different things. Like, she's in. And when I said that to her, she goes, well, why are you doing that? And I went, F Canada. That was literally my answer.
Whoa.
Yep. On that note, and I doubt you're this way, but I can tell you for sure that I am. As we are now in the knockout stage, and I don't know, because I don't believe that the Americans, if we win 2 games, it would be remarkable. We're going to more than likely have to play. If we win in the round of 32, we are going to have to play Belgium. They are an elite soccer nation. They did not have a good group stage, but I'm not holding that against them. We will not be favored against Belgium. But with that being said, like today, of the favorites, I pull for the Netherlands. I did pick them. But if Germany lost, I'd laugh hysterically. Now, Brazil's different because they're just flat out fun. I get if you're a fan of Argentina or Colombia, you would root against Brazil. Otherwise, to me, they're a tough team to root against. But come on. Do you find yourselves rooting against certain teams? And I don't know if it's because the U.S. is still in it or because you would just laugh if they lost. Like, look at, the British Open pub sponsoring the damn show. They're one of the local homes of England matches. It's packed in there. But as one of the fans of England, a man born in Manchester, said to me, we're pretty arrogant when it comes to this sport. And we haven't won anything since I was 7 months old or 7 weeks old or whatever the hell it was. If they get knocked out by the Congo, I would laugh hysterically. Hysterically. I would just text David voice texts of Harry Kane yelling it over and over again for 30 seconds.
And I would start working on my Harry Kane crying impression.
But I'm at the point now in the knockout stage where I think I'm rooting against teams more than I'm rooting for teams. And
Wow.
that probably makes me a bad person. But I'm admitting that to all of you. If you're like me or you think I'm a jerk, Pelican Roofing of Florida text line 21,000.
Well, I'm wondering where this has come from because, you and I have both, in my case, only lately, but obviously, you were very open about your medical situation and it changed you. And it changed you originally. It changed you in a positive way. Okay. You looked at things and you saw a lot more good in people and things the first couple months that you were stuck in Tampa. Okay. You didn't sound like, me, everybody deserves a parade, but you were, realizing some of the smaller things in life and you were talking about them. You were picking out stories to do a segment on, in which I'd say to myself, you wouldn't have picked that story out a few months ago.
Well, there are certain countries that I will root for. Like if the Dutch were to win, that would be tremendous. Hell, if Norway wins a couple of games, they had me excited just how fired up they were for Hovland at the Travelers yesterday.
Right.
But there are certain arrogant fan bases that I can't root for. Like I can't root for the French. I don't think that was anything that's come upon me since going to Tampa for 3 months.
No, but I have a feeling that goes back to De Gaulle. This is a grudge that goes back a ways. But no, it's consistent. You've been very consistent with your French grudge, and to support you, you've been very consistent with your Canada grudge. Very consistent. In multiple sports, you have. So, I like them. I like them. Love NHL playoff series when it's a Canadian team and an American team because I want to hear the anthem. Love it. Let's hear it.
And I'm when they do it in Edmonton, it's fantastic. They do. That guy's great. Crowd sings right along. Montreal, we'll see. So I guess there are just a handful, and they're the elite ones. It's Germany. It's France. Does England deserve one? Sure. But I guess after going there and just watching, no chance, how nervous they were in a match against Ghana, that I was like, really? Have a good time. Lighten up. You're getting through.
No, I can understand it. Maybe it's the Rangers fan in me. I remember what I was like in '94. So
and maybe
I get it.
A little more red, white, and blue this year than other years.
Yeah, maybe.
And I have no expectations for our men's national team. I didn't when this tournament started. I don't now. Nothing has changed. You need to win 2 games in this round for the tournament to be successful, period. And I don't think we can. I hope that they do. Would be great. But
so if we lose 2-1 in extra time to Belgium, I would actually consider that progress. That's a top 10 soccer nation.
Okay. Progress. I would agree with that. Doing anything better than expectations? I would say no. I expected us to get out of group. I expect us to win a game in group. Anything beyond 1 win in group, to me, we've exceeded expectations. Like I am trying to rein in the American fan that says we can get to the semis. Probably not. If we beat Belgium, you should do cartwheels is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that'd get us to the quarters. That would be tremendous.
So that's as far as I think we can go. Now, I get it. Once you get there, anything can happen. But I'm just trying to temper the expectations of people that are jumping on board. We're not there yet.
No. What I'm hoping for is, when can we be a consistently good soccer nation. We don't have to be consistently Germany and France and Brazil and
Can we be England?
Argentina.
No, I'm serious. They don't win anything. Really hope that 1776 national champion shirt shows up by Saturday.
Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. Can we become as consistently good as England?
Isn't that a good benchmark, David?
Yeah, because England is usually at the bottom end of the top 10 or at the very beginning of the top, 11 through 13 category. And yes, we should be a soccer nation, I believe, in which when you look at our roster and you look at our talent, you see us as, well, they'll get out of group and they'll definitely win a match. And then the question is, can they get to the quarters or not? Depends on their draw.
I don't expect us to be Argentina or Brazil. I'm not trying to slap Colombia around here, but wouldn't you rank the South American nations as Brazil, Argentina, Colombia? Is that fair?
Yeah.
I think we can be as good as Colombia.
Whew.
I think that's where we need to be. I think we need to be consistently better than Mexico.
I just think it shows how many good soccer nations there really are. That when people start talking about the U.S. and when they start overinflating them, it's like, are you sure? Are we better than these guys? These guys? These guys?
I mean, the fact that a country the size of Belgium and we're not going to be favored, that should honk off an American. But that's the fact.
Right.
And the one thing this tournament has shown us, I don't think the African nations are going anywhere. If you know what I mean. Like Ivory Coast is now pretty damn good. What the Congo has done here is incredible. So I don't think those nations are. Japan's become legitimate in soccer. Are they at the top end? No, but they're about where we are.
Well, take a look at the nations who have really benefited from this, okay? Especially it's the African nations who have finished third in a tough group, and now it gets them in, the rest of the tournament, where in years past they would miss out.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Dodgers. That we were just talking about that. Dodgers. I would love it to. I mean, if it's Dodgers or Cubs, man, I would love it to be the Cubs. I don't want them to go to the Dodgers. Everything I'm seeing seems to point to the Dodgers. Yep, I'm a hater, Left Twix. I hate everything and everybody. That's me. You hit the nail on the head there, buddy. Got it. Nanny, I would rather it be the Yankees and the Dodgers too. I can't believe I'm saying that out loud, but man, we don't need. I don't need the Dodgers to get that much better. I mean, another starter like that? Come on. There is to me, Panda, but I mean, I'm jaded. You know me, I'm a hater. Nanny, I'm with you. I mean, the Yankees, do the Yankees need another starting pitcher to win a World Series? It helps them. I agree totally. I mean, but this Nanny, I mean, don't you agree with the Yanks right now? I mean, obviously you're getting, Goldschmidt's playing out of his tree. Rice looks like a great player. But the more I see that they don't know when Judge is coming back, that's the issue with that team. But I think they're like, of course they could use another starter. We're all smart enough to get that. Yeah, I don't see him going there though, Larry. I'm not even seeing the Brewers on the list because the Brewers are another team. They want to keep all their prospects. That's how they, get a pitcher or two and good prospects, and because they're going to lose them. So I don't see that. Like the Cubs, I could see going all in, and by all accounts, the Cubs have a really good farm system. I get you, RCB. At the same time, though, if the Dodgers lose to the Braves, Cubs, or Phillies, it's just another rich team beating a really rich team. But yes, I did not see Royals, Nanny. That would be fascinating, and I couldn't see that. I mean, wow, that would stink for him. It'd be funny, but because they're not gonna rent him, they wouldn't be able to keep him. Blue Jays would be interesting.
I don't trust the Cubs.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
"21 minutes past the hour. David Laurila will join us in a little more than 15 minutes' time from Fangraphs. We'll talk baseball with David as we're at the halfway point. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
So, how excited are you for our nation's 250th? It's our poll question today. Very different answers between the X crowd and the Twitch YouTube crowd. Because the Twitch YouTube crowd is very excited, almost 60% of you. Whereas the X crowd, 42% of you answered, when does football start? Not very patriotic. And my patriotism shined up by the teams I'm rooting against in the World Cup. I asked if you're with me, if you're taking pleasure in some teams losing. We did get this text, Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, David, before we move on to something else. I find myself rooting for countries that I've had great relationships with dating. Norway, U.S., Brazil. And against countries that I have not had good relationships, which he puts Canada, Germany, and France. To which I say, way to go, dude. You've dated women from 6 different countries? I am so impressed. Outside of the U.S., I mean, not nationalities of people I've dated, because we've all dated people with different ethnic backgrounds, I would assume. But from another country, I dated someone from France for a while. That's it. That's it. One. And I mean, I was single, married, and then single again. And that one. Never even dated a Canadian. Hell, I lived in Michigan. So,
I do want a little more explanation from that person as to whether or not he's just going nationalities or whether he's truly saying, no, countries.
No, it's countries, because I said, love your international dating success. Very impressed.
Yeah.
And he said after divorce from a marriage of 25 years. So, I mean, good for you. He must live in Naples. or Palm Beach. I'm not sure which, David.
Right. millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I just like all the possibilities that we're talking about in all sports right now. I like it. I'm telling you, I think it goes back to some countries, some teams. I mean, Indiana winning the college football title, the Knicks winning the NBA title, the Carolina Hurricanes even winning Lord Stanley's Cup. We were just in the last 12 months or so, we've just had some teams, some fan bases achieve a level of success that they don't normally get to celebrate.
I mean, the Seahawks winning the Super Bowl, for crying out loud. No one saw that coming. Not when we began the season.
No, hell, they didn't see it coming in the fourth quarter of that Thursday night game when they were getting their butt kicked by the Rams. And the Rams were going to be the division champ, and everybody was going to have to go through them. So you're right. The Seattle thing came out of virtually nowhere.
By the way, to just completely switch gears on you, we were, I thought, very fortunate last week, the day of the NBA draft, to have an expert, a big-time NBA guest.
Bobby Marks. Yep.
He has been the center of the basketball world for like 5 days. Because he posted on X that he heard from some NBA analytics people who said that Jaylen Brown would, and he said an analytics discussion said that he would consider Brown the team's 7th best player. While Mark said that he liked Brown, Brown didn't pay any attention to anything that Bobby Marks said before what this analytics guy said. And the two of them have been on a posting war on X that lasted about 3 days.
Well, Jaylen has been a very quiet person on social media and on X until the end of this season. And Jalen has been taking on everybody and trying to settle some scores. He's also, I think, misinterpreted what a couple of people have said. But hey, I like angst. I like a little bit of hate.
Jalen Brown posted, analytics nowadays used to discredit and control narratives. Roll the ball out. None of these guys better than me on both ends. Who does he work for? Cite this. Jalen Brown wants to know who said that about him. That's what it's gotten to. He's pissed. And Bobby Marks did make a point. He goes, what wasn't posted was the 2 minutes of me saying I'm not an analytics person, but an eye test guy, that I would want Jalen Brown on my team, that you impact winning. 191 and 80 in the last 4 years, is a top 10 player and would help any team looking to a championship. I bring that up because while the Celtics aren't on this list, yesterday it was reported that the Mavs and the Raptors are interested in Kawhi. You've got Jalen Brown that might get moved. David, this league, with not a lot of free agents, there's a lot of action being talked about in the NBA. The Hornets no one cares about the Charlotte Hornets. They've traded their whole damn team away in the last few days. So the NBA offseason, for those of you that love your hoops and love that league, they're trying. Come on, David, you've got to admit, they're trying.
Well, and not only that, you've got a lot of teams that are trying from what we have always felt was the most difficult position in sports. These are teams that are not bad. These are not teams that are average. These are not teams in most cases that are great. Where are they? They're between good and on their best day, very good. But in most cases, not good enough. So they're trying to find the 1 or 2 deals that are going to get them over the top. And how many teams, Mark, honestly, and fan bases can be as patient as the Knicks were?
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Particularly, as we've pointed out, 8 years, 8 different champions. So the pressing need to get good and get good now. And that's why I will say, you mentioned you've talked more Magic than you have Heat on the show on purpose, because we think the Magic are much closer to getting to that next level. And I still think that even with the Heat getting Giannis, I agree with what Orlando Alzagari said on our show on Friday. Okay, it takes him from a play-in team to a 5-6 team, maybe a 4 seed.
Yeah, but now I don't know if Orlando's even as good as the Heat. I wonder if Orlando has missed their window. And not necessarily to win a championship by now, but to get to a certain level by now. When you think of where they were,
Paolo's not as good as he needed to be, David. He's not become the shooter he needs to be in that league. And he's their guy.
And everybody around him has either not stayed healthy or not been close to what they've needed. Desmond Bane is the exception.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah,
it's a league that relies on being at least an average 3-point shooter. He's not.
No, he's not.
And he's not gotten better. So without that, you may be right. By the way, there is talk about Miami getting a certain someone.
Oh, hey, we've talked about it with Jalen Brown. Where's he going to go? Where can they get semi-equal value for him? Okay, honestly, outside of Cleveland, outside of Miami, Golden State, where's LeBron going to go? David Laurila next.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
BLW. I don't know what that. All right, David, just want to make sure you got us.
Yep, I hear you.
Okay, great. Had this new board. I'm able to do it with Bluetooth, and it's been giving me problems the past week. So double checking is priority these days.
Probably better than dead air, right?
Absolutely. Much better.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Day of June. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He writes for Fangraphs, fangraphs.com. He's a baseball writer. He's David Laurila. Follow him on X, David Laurila, QA. Laurila, Laurila, QA. David, it's David and Mark. Good Monday morning to you. How are you?
Hey, gentlemen. I am doing good. I haven't finished my first cup of coffee yet, but I think that I'm alert enough to talk baseball. Maybe.
All right. Well, we're going to start out with one that's going to happen here in the next month, I think for sure now, because the Tigers stink and they have a pitcher that they're not going to be able to keep. The plan was to have him all year to make a run into the postseason, but that's a plan, and that plan didn't work out. So when you look at Tarik Skubal and what Detroit can get for him for a rental, who's the most likely or a few of the most likely teams to get him? And at the end of the day, where do you see him ending up?
Wow, that's a really good question. I haven't really thinking a lot about where he might go, but there are certain, and we don't know that the Tigers are going to trade him, of course. I think probably should move Tarik Skubal unless they get nothing but lowball offers, which I would doubt happens. I mean, the Tigers may come out like on this, guys. They could end up trading Tarik Skubal, getting a fairly good haul, and then re-signing Tarik Skubal in the offseason, which is possible because I do think he likes playing in Detroit, and that ownership does have money. I mean, everybody has money, right? And of course, now here we're thinking, will there actually be a baseball season next year? So I don't know how much I got off the track there. I don't really know which teams. I mean, every team in baseball could Tarik Skubal, no matter how strong. Like the Philadelphia Phillies have a strong pitching staff. Does that mean that Tarik Skubal wouldn't be, arguably their best pitcher, assuming he is fully healthy? No, he is the best pitcher in baseball. Maybe not named Mizorowski. So, yeah, I don't really have an answer to the team that is most likely to get him. That just a lot of suitors.
What's going on in Toronto? What's going on in Seattle? I mean, how many of these teams are we close to giving up on?
Boy, I mean, giving up is tough this early. I'm in Boston. The Washington Nationals are coming into town for a 3-game set. The Nationals, I pretty sure have a winning record right now, but I bring them up because when they won the World Series, a decade or so ago, they look buried at this time of year. So teams can go on runs, especially as jumbled as things are. I know that on one of the more recent radio hits I did, I forget which market, I think the first thing I said was, hey guys, the one thing I'm not going to be able to answer is what's going on in the major leagues this year because it doesn't make sense. All of the teams in last place that maybe should be in first place, like hello, New York Mets, hello, Tigers, who maybe have just barely escaped the last place. And there are teams winning like the White Sox that shouldn't be winning. So this is a very bizarre season, and there may be a little bit of a correction, a regression to the mean, however you want to call it, in the second half, where some of these teams that look like it's hopeless because they've underperformed are going to start climbing, up and being right back in it. I mean, the Red Sox just swept the Yankees. The Red Sox look buried, but you win 4 against the Yankees and suddenly, hey, maybe there's something here.
All right. With that being said, you're right. It's wide open on both sides. And when we're down here in Florida looking at both teams with legitimate playoff chances, which team, Marlins or Rays, is more likely, in your opinion, to make a move to get better? Or neither?
Wow. No, that is a challenging question for somebody who is not working in the Florida market because we're looking at ownerships there that, to my knowledge, don't seem inclined to start spending.
Right.
I mean, if I'm the Tampa Bay Rays, though, I mean, guys, you know better than I. They are sneaky good almost every season. They're always better than they should be on paper. They could win the World Series this year, but I don't think they're going to get Terry Skubal, right? That's probably not going to happen, but suppose they did and he fronts the rotation. They are good enough to go a long ways in October.
4th best record in baseball, and by a game right now, the best record in the American League. He's David Laurila, Fangraphs, fangraphs.com. Follow him on X, David Laurila, QA, David Laurila, Laurila, and then QA. All right. You only got 5 teams in the AL that are 500 or above, yet you've got almost 2 complete divisions in the National League with positive run differentials. When is the trade deadline a good date? A week before it? Or is there not a date that you draw a line in the sand this year because this is a messed up baseball season thus far?
Well, I think what's going to happen is teams are going to wait as long as they can to mull offers. Maybe we'll get a surprise because GMs are certainly talking now. Maybe somebody is going to throw out an idea. I know that once upon a time, there was a talk about Ted Williams for Joe DiMaggio trade over drinks, where basically the 2 GMs, half in the bag, actually decided to do it until they sobered up. So maybe somebody will make too good to be true offer and not sober up, and we get a big deal like soon, right? I mean, it is somehow we're on the doorstep of July 1st. The season is passing pretty quickly.
Absolutely. And, you mentioned, when you talked about the Phillies, they could use more pitching. The Yankees could use more pitching. But with the Yankees just getting swept, I mean, without Judge, they're not the same team hitting the ball, obviously. But is there an apparent need? Let's just, Judge and Stanton come back. Is there an apparent need for them? Because Goldschmidt's hitting the ball well. Chisholm's been a little better lately. Rice has been excellent this year. Is there a need you see for the Yankees?
Not as much. Yeah, probably not. I mean, every team can get better, but with Judge, being at Fenway Park the last 4 days and seeing the Red Sox play a team that didn't have Judge, I think the crowd would have liked to have seen Aaron Judge play, don't get me wrong, but there's maybe a little bit of relaxation in the fan base here where that Judge isn't coming up in the late innings. So, getting him back will be huge. And Stanton, and Stanton is Stanton, right? So I would not put the Yankees on top of this team needs upgrades more than most.
So right now, is your gut feeling that this is a 2019 with the Nationals? This is like a 2004 or 5 with the Astros, that, the team, quite frankly, that could go to the World Series and or win it, may still be 500 or below 4 to 6 weeks from now?
Absolutely. I mean, there is no doubt in my mind. I'm repeating myself. It's a long season, and crazy things happen. So, yes, one of these underachieving teams could make a run, and I'm going to include the Detroit Tigers in this, who have been one of the most frustrating teams in baseball this year as far as underachieving. I was chatting with a Yankees pitcher yesterday during batting practice, just talking baseball off the record. And he was talking about teams that they've played, and what he's seen from the other teams' pitchers around the league. He said he loves what Detroit has in the rotation. He said he volunteered to me that he thinks that team is ready to make a move. He cited them specifically.
One of the things I saw last week and pointed out on the show, and I saw one of your posts about a bad bunt coverage by the Red Sox. The bunt is back, so to speak. I mean, the numbers for bunting have never been better in terms of its success, whether it's getting on base or moving runners over. Are we defensively not as good at baseball as we once were? Because it seems, last night's Red Sox-Yankees game, there was some horrendous defense late in that game. Are things like small ball working because defense is worse, or is it working because more teams just rely on the home run and it's not expected?
I think it's a little bit of both. And it's interesting that you bring that up because this has to be 5, 6, 7 years ago already that a coach on a big league team was telling me that, hey, we're not bunting enough because teams don't defend the bunt well because nobody bunts. His team really didn't bunt that much, but we're seeing it now. I don't know what the exact numbers are with the Rays, but they have something like maybe 25 bunt hits this year and close to the same number of sacrifice bunts, which is insane. There are still a few teams that I think maybe only have 2 or 3 sacrifices all year. And it depends on the makeup of your team. You don't want Aaron Judge, to be bunting. But yeah, it's a good strategy. And frankly, it's exciting baseball. It's not boring baseball because you're forcing the defense to make plays. You have guys running around the bases. So, I'm not particularly old school, but in that sense, I kind of like it. Teams should bunt more, and they are bunting more.
And I like the fact that teams are running more. I mean, the Yankees third in baseball in stolen bases. I mean, you might have to go back to Billy Martin's Yankees of the 70s since that stat's been true. David, appreciate your time and your insights. Stay well. Happy 4th, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, one very quick close for me. Circling back to the Rays, I wonder how many of your listeners are aware that statistically Yandy Diaz is the best hitter in Tampa Bay Rays history. And, I won't elaborate because we need to go, but anybody who is thinking what, look it up.
Wow, great stat. And the next time we have you on, David, I'll share my disgust with what Steve Yzerman's done in the offseason, and then you can give me yours.
Sounds good, man.
Thanks, David.
Okay,
Be well.
care.
David Laurila, Fangraphs. Follow him on X. David Laurila QA. David Laurila QA. Yeah, he's a Wings fan.
He's a Youper.
Yeah.
He's a Youper, David.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's a true Youper because he roots for the Red Wings and he roots for the Packers.
Right?
That's a Youper right there.
That is a Youper.
You can. That's Packer. That's mixed. You can be a Packer fan in the UP. He knows what a pasty is, for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
So a little baseball talk. How about that with a little Yandy Diaz stat there?
Listen, I don't know how many people were watching and listening last night. There was actually a fascinating minute of television last night by NBC. Jason Benetti's doing play-by-play. Roger Clemens and the former third baseman, Tim, he's married to Jenny Dell. He's the analyst. And they're talking about how the Yankees stole second, down 2-0 in the 9th. Why would they steal second? And they just flat out said, because from second base, you can get Aroldis Chapman's signs and you can give them to the hitters. And sure enough, they started going pitch by pitch. He put his right arm out. Okay. And they said, fastball. Sure enough, fastball. Puts his left arm out, off speed pitch. Okay. And they just did it the whole at bat. And sure enough, base hit. Okay. Then come back, hit the ball hard to the warning track for a sac fly. Will Middlebrooks, thanks. Okay. And it was brilliant baseball. And I forget which one said, because if down 2 runs and you're the leadoff hitter in the ninth and you get thrown out trying to steal second, you can get cut. Okay. And so you better get that bag. But by getting that bag, they scored 2.
And obviously now with this pitches being directed right in the ear, it's the tells that he's doing. He's tipping his pitches is what's going on, and they're able to figure it out that way. So, by the way, Diaz yesterday left the game with a shoulder. He overswang on a pitch and was taken out of the game in the 7th inning. So he's day-to-day with a nagging shoulder. Just something worth pointing out with the Rays leadoff hitter. He has a .336 batting average, for what it's worth.
Week before the All-Star game, so, a chance maybe to rest some guys coming up, or you only play them half the week this week, give them 4 or 5 days off next week.
Miller and Moulton, the Pro Hour on the other side. A little Tampa, maybe even a little Jacksonville on Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Go!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live. Full sound on every TV across the patio with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes
Your
alive.
roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So Jets, that's a good song. I've had a couple like that. The most recent, and I've been listening to it for a while, is 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover by Paul Simon. Another one is Working at the Car Wash Blues by Jim Croce. By the way, Jim Croce, much better than Harry Chapin. I don't know if that's really a hot take, but Harry Chapin's songs were depressing. Jim Croce's songs, you Don't Mess Around with Jim, Working at the Car Wash Blues, those are good songs. They're upbeat. You know what they are? They're snappy, David.
Can't go wrong with snappy.
You really can't. Oh, yeah, I can get this damn tennis off and put the golf on. Although finding the golf channel without a golf tournament on sometimes is difficult. This is the only thing with YouTube TV that gets a little pain in the ass-ish. There we go. Found it. Would that be turn the beat around, I think is what you're saying? Love to hear percussion. Yeah. And see, it's hard for me. I have so many songs downloaded, but I do have this thing whenever Led Zeppelin plays, because I've had a Zeppelin kick for a while, that I'm like, I yell at my daughter, who is this? And my daughter now knows just to answer Led Zeppelin. When in doubt, she answers Led Zeppelin. It's a teaching tool. But Apple Music has this fun feature where if you hit a new playlist, you can literally just ask it to play a certain type of music, and then they come up with a playlist for you, which I had to do a couple talk to text to get my proper 4th of July playlist going. Still need some more songs, but so far, so good.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Final hour of the show on this final Monday of June. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our football magic numbers are 61 and 72. 61 days until the college season kicks off. That's less than 9 weeks away. And 72 days, 10 weeks from Wednesday, is when the Seahawks entertain the Patriots. Super Bowl rematch to kick off the season. 61 and 72. Speaking of NFL news, it's come out in the last hour. Chris Johnson, former Tennessee Titans standout running back, he's let everybody know he has ALS. He's 39. Pretty sobering news.
Absolutely.
Chris Johnson, best remembered probably by Gus Johnson's call of one of his touchdowns when deep in his own end, he was given the pitch out and he broke the line of scrimmage. And Gus Johnson said, "Look out. He's got getting away from the cop speed.
One other little NFL thing that I was curious. Look, I get why they did it. I understand it. I would have done the same thing. But when you're in a ring of honor, are you always in the ring of honor? Because the Bills made an announcement, I think on Friday, after our show, that they have, I guess they're going to have like, they have a way to honor all of their great players. And they are not putting O.J. Simpson in that. And I wouldn't either. How tough of a decision do you think that was to not include O.J. in what they call the family circle? And I do think calling it the family circle and then including him would have been a bad move. But were you surprised at all?
When I found out it was called the family circle, no. This may sound strange, awkward, inappropriate. I don't know. But when you go, or when you did go to Bills games in the past, there was OJ and his number. They didn't take it down. When you go to the LA Coliseum and you go to a USC game, they have their Heisman Trophy winners prominently displayed inside the stadium in the one end zone. I believe it's 8 Heisman Trophy winners, and all 8 numbers are prominently displayed. Huge numbers.
Quick question on that one. I'll let you get back to it. So OJ was in the LA Coliseum for the Heisman. Was Reggie Bush?
His number was there.
Okay, just curious. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah.
No. The irony of all ironies would have been OJ's being there and Reggie's not. But okay.
So, and we've talked about this on this show, where morality, ethics, human decency, does this play a role, or are we just honoring the football player? We've quoted it many times, but Paul Tagliabue, when Lawrence Taylor came up for the Hall of Fame, and there was a late movement to not put him in, and Tagliabue held a press conference, unannounced press conference, and said, I don't think you guys have read what the details are as to whether or not you should get a Hall of Fame vote. You should read them again. And basically, it was his way of saying, it doesn't matter if he was a murderer. He's one of the 3 best defensive players of all time. You better be voting for him, or else we're going to have a real problem with the Hall of Fame. Mark, can we be really honest for a second?
Sure.
What are we honoring these men for?
What they accomplished on the football field.
Okay. Do we care? I mean, really care? Really care what kind of human beings they are? Or would we just prefer they be decent?
David, I honestly believe everybody individually answers that one a little different. But I also think it's generational. I think you and I look at it and go, what did they do on the damn field? We do sports, man. Yep. And we can start out with any player going, that guy was a no good blankety blank. But man, was he good. I mean, David, who's the second greatest golfer of all time?
That's Tiger Woods.
Where would he rank in the top 100 all-time good guys in the sport of golf?
9,634.
If he's lucky.
Right.
And, I mean, so then there's that. And I mean, with, and I brought him up because he's not a murderer. He's, but he's
Right.
not a good person.
Not at all.
He's not done anything to prove to anybody that he's a good guy.
No, he's a terminal liar. Okay. Absolutely. And there are questions about a few other things also, but no, he's not OJ.
But like baseball, there's a morality clause in their Hall of Fame voting.
Right.
A
Yep.
morality clause.
Mm-hmm. There's not in football. Now, each team's Ring of Honor, Hall of Fame, etc. Okay, see, to me, this seems as if they're changing things. We have a new stadium, and now we have a family circle. I don't believe this is the Ring of Honor that they had inside of, and I forget what the last sponsor of the Bill Stadium was. Okay, but
Something
to
Mark.
me, this sounds.
And it was something Mark, right? It was
Yes, it was something Mark.
Yeah.
So, I didn't take this as we're kicking him out of our Ring of Honor. I got this as we have an all-time list of Bills that we think are great guys, okay? And no matter how great of a player he was, we can't keep him in that list.
Well, and they use some word choice there. It's the family circle. Tough to put a guy named O.J. Simpson in your family circle.
Right.
Unless it was about family members that killed other family members.
But then again, he was found innocent.
Right.
Right. But hey, I mean, do I think he was innocent? Hell no. Do most of us think that? Hell no. But it adds another layer to this. Like, to me, I'll be honest. Who's the greatest Buffalo Bill of all time? Bruce Smith, Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, O.J. Simpson.
Didn't see OJ play. It's tough for me to vote, but obviously the 2,000-yard season, he was great. The teams weren't. It would, in my opinion, it would be the Smith, Kelly. I wouldn't have Thomas on the list. It would, because OJ's a better runner than Thurman Thomas was. The stats show it. So Bruce Smith was a stud, man.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, he really was. That's actually a tough one, but
it is.
I think 10 people that vote could go 3-3-4, if you know what I mean.
I think the Bills got fortunate. Thurman has more rushing yards than OJ as a Buffalo Bill. Thurman has about 1,800 more yards. So that's good for the Bills because he's not their all-time leading rusher. It's Thurman Thomas. That's a nice break for the Bills as a franchise. Okay? I thought OJ, when he was inside the circle, inside of, and who pointed out, Highmark Stadium, I actually thought it was appropriate. Okay, when I saw 32 in the LA Coliseum, I thought it was appropriate. Okay? We're honoring the football player, not the human being. Let's not be hypocrites and think that we are. Let's not be hypocrites and think that it matters. Okay, let's be honest enough with ourselves that it doesn't matter.
But again, just something that came up over the weekend. You started with football. To me, this was an interesting topic because, when Seth was on, when you were gone, one of the things that drove Seth nuts, there was a Colt that had passed away, and he was in the Ring of Honor, or he was on display at the Ravens Stadium. He played for the Colts, and his number was retired in Indianapolis. He's like, which one is it? He played for the Colts, not the Ravens. What are we retiring his number for the Ravens for? He wasn't even part of that team. And Seth gets off on his little things here, but I found it interesting with the new stadium and OJ, what they would do, and they made this choice. So you're right. We care about, someone pointed out the Baseball Hall of Fame has a morality clause, and yet Ty Cobb's in it. By all accounts, Ty Cobb was a rotten person.
Awful human being. Right.
Babe Ruth was loved by everyone, but he lived a pretty wild lifestyle. You guys like to condemn certain people for certain things, and you're all over a certain football coach. Babe Ruth was famous for getting chased. The story of Babe Ruth being chased, running naked through the bar car, and then being chased by a woman with a knife in said bar car. And the one reporter looks at the other and goes, "Thank God we didn't see that, because we would have had to report on it."
Very quickly, earlier this year, the Vikings announced they're putting Adrian Peterson in their Ring of Honor, and it caught a few Vikings fans off guard because obviously off the field, he's had a tough go of it. All his own doing, by the way. But I mean, for goodness sakes, how many Vikings have been better than Adrian Peterson? And they got quite a few in the Hall of Fame. And I asked the question, how many Vikings have been better than Adrian Peterson?
So I will say, with people that are our age, David, I would say Gen Xers and a lot of boomers don't care. As you get younger, I think more and more people care. I do. Just a changing of the times. Don't know who's right. Don't know who's wrong.
No! This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup, at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live, full sound on every TV across the patio, with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, NY Jets, I got a couple of questions for you, and I'm not knocking any of the songs. All good songs. You're a dancer, aren't you? Yeah, I mean, there's a little disco in you. I don't know if you're a little older. I don't know what your age is, but Nights on Broadway, Bee Gees, and Turn the Beat Around. Love to hear percussion. You find yourself walking past a mirror and grooving. There's not a doubt in my mind. That you're right at the back end of the disco era as a kid. I mean, Mom must have had some disco going on in the house. It's not going to surprise me if you go Donna Summer next. That was a short putt. I was trying to get it in before we went to break, and Scotty couldn't pull the trigger in time.
I heard 5 feet. Was it shorter?
I thought it was 4, but okay. I mean,
I don't have it on, so.
It was, he sticks his shot, and then Hovland sticks one. If it was 5 and 8, 4 and 7, they both hit really good shots in there.
18.
Yeah. There's a couple of clips, Tim, and New York Jets for this. Of I don't remember what talk show it's on, but it's a couple of I don't think all three maybe all of them were there, and they're singing a cappella, singing one of their disco-y songs on the talk show a cappella. My goodness, did they have tremendous voices? It's uncanny how well they could sing, particularly Barry Gibb, but the harmonies they could pull off. Very underrated harmonies. That, and there's some band, by the way, that covers Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and they're like, I don't think they're anybody. They're just, I've seen clips of them on TikTok. They're tremendous. And by the way, New York Jets, for another song that has caught me recently that's on my playlist, but when it comes on, I smile and will sing along. And I can't tell you that. Let me look up the name of it. It's a Rick James song. That's right. Rick James, bitch.
My mother-in-law loved the Bee Gees.
Below the Funk is the name of the song. Love that song. A terrible human being, Deadstroke. Terrible human being. Enzo, I think you're right with that. I think it's How Deep Is Your Love that I've heard. I believe that's, yeah. No, I have not, Deadstroke. I did see a post yesterday of the top 10 songs on the 4th of July, 1776.
You mean
Or
keep saying that,
1976,
right?
rather. Yeah.
I was going to say, that first list interests me.
Right. Yankee Doodle.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. Maybe a pick or two coming up. A lot has gone on in the sports world already this morning, and a lot just went on in the last 10, 15 minutes. 9 a.m. today Eastern was when Scheffler and Hovland were picking up with the Travelers Championship and beginning the playoff, because they got in their 72 holes last night, but they teed it up this morning in the playoff. Mark, Scotty Scheffler, after making all those great par saves yesterday, had far and away the easiest putt that he had between those par saves and this morning. Much shorter distance. He missed it.
I think he pushed it a little bit, because not only was it easier, it was on a similar line as to the one Hovland had just made. Scotty stiffed one. I mean, he hit it to maybe 5 feet. I thought it was a little bit inside that. And Hovland then right behind him hit it to 8 feet, 9 feet, maybe even a little less, spun it back. They were on similar lines. Hovland made his, and then Scotty missed.
So Victor Hovland the win. And Scheffler, still the money and the points and number one in the world, heading to the Open Championship after they play the Scottish Open next month. So Hovland credits the rain. He said, a different player coming out of the rain.
There's no question.
I was able to fix some things. He goes, if not for the rain delay, I ain't winning this tournament.
Not a chance.
He gave those quotes last night. He said, I ain't making the playoffs, so to speak. But Hovland the win in the playoff with a birdie on the first playoff hole. Scheffler, a short miss. So Shams is reporting, and we know how to take these stories now, where a year ago they kind of freaked us out a little bit more. But, when players in the NBA have these obscene player options, when they first started declining them, we started questioning whether or not they needed a mental health checkup. Now we know what it means is that the two sides are actually interested in being married to one another for 2 or 3 more years, not just the 1 year remaining on the contract. Because James Harden is declining his $42.3 million player option for the upcoming season. And so, of course, Mark, what are they working on? They're working on a multi-year deal together.
By the way, just to back up quickly, Scheffler pulled it, not pushed it. Wrong word choice. He missed it on the left. He either pulled it or hit it too hard through the break. So my bad. But yes, they're working on a new deal with the Cavs. That team's not been talked about making moves. Someone in our chat room actually said, well, what about Mobley for Jaylen Brown? We're talking about big men. And someone said, well, and we're like, that's not a bad idea. But nothing out of Cleveland's been said like that. I mean, by all accounts, it looks like they're just trying to run this sucker back.
And by the way, I don't know about you, but I'd make that deal yesterday if I was Cleveland. And then on top of that, okay, if you have Jaylen Brown, do you need James Harden? I know they're not the same, but
not more than one more year. But more importantly, I know we're just kind of making stuff up there. Cleveland's not talking about doing anything.
No.
They're running this sucker back.
Yep. And if you bring back Harden, can you really see LeBron being there?
No.
I was going to say Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, LeBron James. You think there's enough basketballs to go around there?
No, I think the Heat are as likely of a place as any. If it's not the Lakers, which I don't know if it's going to be, I think it might be the Heat. People will want to go to games. They'll be interesting. Don't think they'll be good enough. But Miami likes their stars, David.
Mm-hmm.
Do the Heat sell out every game with Giannis and LeBron on the floor? Yeah, I think so.
Goodness, yes. Goodness, yes.
Are they good enough to compete for the East? I don't think so.
Whew.
I don't think so. Are they as good as the Celtics right now? No, not in my opinion. Are they as good as the Knicks? No. But are they in that 3, 4, 5 area? Probably.
Can they beat the Pistons?
Yes. The way the Pistons are currently constructed, yes. The Pistons are almost just a younger version of the Heat. Cade's ridiculous, but who else can shoot on that team?
Nobody.
So, I mean, the Pacers are getting some guys back from injury. How much better are they? So I think you got to remember the Pacers, but I don't know. I will say the NBA is good at this offseason. They really are.
Yes, they are.
And
Yes, they are.
This is the perfect time. We are in the dead period of the National Football League. It's a rest season in the NFL. That's what it is. But what stories are we going to get in the NFL between now and when training camp opens?
Unless somebody gets hurt, all rehash stories, all speculative. So anyway, James Harden and the Cavs working out a long term, which is probably 3 years. Seems too long. I have to admit, I'm not interested. If I'm the Cavs, I'm not. If he had picked up the 1 year option, okay. I'm not interested in 3 years. He's in his mid 30s. He was hit or miss last year. I just don't see it.
Poll question today is, how excited are you for our nation's 250th? Those of you in the chat room are very excited. 61% of you. Those of you on X, well, 41% of you are asking when football starts. 32% of you are very excited. 27% are moderately excited. I'm fired up. Already got a menu set for the 4th of July.
By the way, I heard a rumor. Did you make sausage?
I did
over the
yesterday,
weekend?
yes. I made Italian sausage yesterday.
Had you ever made the sausage before?
No, I got a new meat grinder. So I had to use, I bought the casings online. Whole family did it. Wife and daughter helped. The family project yesterday.
Family sausage, huh?
Family sausage. And there's a certain kind of hot dog that you can only get in Michigan. That's next. I've got to get cheap casings for that one. That's how you get the snap of the kogel.
Gotcha.
Uh-huh.
I do like the snap.
Yeah.
When I go there and I pound down my 4, 6, 8 hot dogs at a sitting, I do like the snap.
Probably going to upset some people. I'm not doing hot dogs on the 4th.
Whoa.
I'm doing barbecue.
Huh.
I'm doing some pork.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you don't,
that's-
yeah, I mean, I understand, but I can't get Kogels. I don't like Nathan's as much. I was searching yesterday to see where I can get a good hot dog around here. Probably gonna have them flown in time, but am I really gonna spend that much on a hot dog?
Interesting. To not do it for the 4th, though, that's a calculated major decision.
It's a big decision, and that's where we're going.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea, and by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know, Johnny, I guess you're trying to help us, but I just find it interesting. You don't post it to everybody. You make a point of telling us like we don't know breaking news on our own show. And we had just gotten done talking about it. So I don't get it, but I don't know if you're trying to be helpful or if you're trying to one up us. It always seems with you, and maybe that's a me thing, that you constantly, because you correct us as much as humanly possible. To me, I take it that you're trying to one up us. And New York Jets, I would love to be processing deer. I would have to shoot said deer to process the deer. Would love that. My son lives too far away for me to process the deer that he will shoot. But I am very excited to the hot dog. I'm not sure if the andouille's next or the hot dogs are next. And I have to get a spice. See, there's a spice called mace that you need for the hot dogs and the andouille, but you can use nutmeg as a substitute. These are the things that I pay attention to on the weekend. And I get there's a burn ban in Collier County too, Happy. But my point is, one, how many people that shoot off fireworks are watching local news? And two, are there enough police in these places to go around the Golden Gate Estates and the outskirts of Port Charlotte to be busting people shooting off fireworks? That was all our point was. And in Tampa and in Jacksonville and all these places where they have burn bans, and rightly so, although we've been getting a decent amount of rain, but absolutely on the vacationers, because they're sure as hell not watching news, and they come down here just to buy fireworks. They love themselves some fireworks.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hovland made his short birdie putt. Scheffler missed his really short birdie putt. So Victor Hovland won the Travelers Championship and the many, many millions that came with it. They're lamenting. I loved on the coverage yesterday, lamenting, Scheffler's only got one win this year. His average finish is like third. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he's the obvious favorite heading to the British. I wouldn't pick him. And that's probably wrong.
So
Because
defending
one
champ.
thing that's happening, the one thing that's happening, David, is that, he does miss his fair short putts. He does. But what's been the part of his game that's not been there is his iron play. And it looked pretty good this week? His iron play. And when he starts dialing in those irons, he's pretty tough to beat.
So he's played 13 times this year. He's been top 3, 6. He's been top 5, 8. He's been top 10, 8. So, no 6 through 10s on his, on his resume this year. It's either top 5 or outside the top 5. Oh, by the way, all 13 times he's made the cut and he finished top 25. So there you have it. But Hovland, the winner, good for him. He'll turn 29 in September. Boy, that kind of jumped up on us, didn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't it seem like an hour ago he was winning the U.S. Amateur at Pebble and was
Playing for Oklahoma State, right?
Yeah, and contending on a couple majors. Yeah, but that was 2018. He won the U.S. Amateur.
Yeah.
8 years ago. Yeah. I think he's 29 in September.
Me too.
Right.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Not a lot today. Mostly sports, which is unusual for this segment. But we start in 1958. I didn't have to go way back. And somewhere I never start, the World Cup. But Pele would score 2, and Brazil would defeat Sweden 5-2 to win the World Cup in Sweden. Today in 64, NBC approves the script for the pilot episode of Star Trek. I think today is kind of a Wally Pipp moment in rock and roll. Today in 74, Neil Peart replaces John Rutsey as the drummer for Rush. Rutsey did play on the first album. That does have Working Man on it. Peart would play on the next 18. Oral Hershiser's today in 84, David, began a string of making every scheduled start for the Dodgers from 84 until 1990. That's pretty impressive. That's durability. By the way, he wasn't coming out after 100 pitches.
No, he wasn't.
Just for what it's worth. Today in 96, while being the manager of the Tigers, Sparky Anderson becomes the first to win 600 games as manager in both the American and National League. Today in 92, an NHL arbiter decides that Eric Lindros goes to the Flyers instead of the Rangers because Quebec traded him twice.
Yep. It was the right decision.
I understand, but he traded him. They traded him
Yes.
twice.
Yep.
That-
Two
that-
different
that-
two
that's
different
part
groups working on the deal. Yeah. Yep. Uh-huh.
Glenn Robinson, first pick by the Bucks today in 94. Today in 2007, Apple had a big release. You may have heard of it. It's called the iPhone. And today in 2009, Bernie Madoff, sentenced to 150 years for his Ponzi scheme. Harmon Killebrew and Craig Sager would have celebrated birthdays today. Actor Gary Busey is 82. Number 72, Dan Deerdorf, is 77. See what I did there?
I do.
Colin Hay from Men at Work is 73. Theo Fleury is 58. Disc jockey, entertainer Charlemagne the God is 48. Wouldn't know him if he sat next to me. I just know he's very good and very popular at what he does. Martin Truex Jr. is 46. Colin Jost from SNL is 44. Kawhi Leonard, who we've talked about a little bit today, is 35, and Gunnar Henderson is 25. What did I miss, David?
Nothing worth mentioning. How about that?
Well, I did this yesterday, and I screwed up when I did the birthdays. I had yesterday on, so I did all the birthdays from yesterday. I won't bore you with all of them. But Mel Brooks turned 100 yesterday. I thought that was worth noting.
It is worth noting.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to the UK, where Anurata Jamrozic, 48-year-old, won the lottery. She lives in Kent. She apparently won $1 million. And the foster care mother surprised her neighbors of 14 years by giving them enough money to go on vacation. Very Moulton family-esque, winning money and giving it away.
Yes.
Apparently, she was born in Poland, lived in the UK for 25 years. But she said the neighbors are like family to her and wanted to do something to make them feel good. For the bad, we go to Hillsborough County, where Nadi Jabari of Temple Terrace, right by where I was staying there at Hope Lodge in Moffett, he's facing charges of false presentation, unlawful use of blue light, and possession of firearms, because this idiot attempted to conduct a traffic stop on a vehicle. You see, he had his flashing red and blue lights, and he pulled over the car. He pulled over an undercover sheriff.
Oh, hate when that happens.
Finally, the ugly, we go back across the pond, where it's getting ugly. Internet superstar Lillian Droniak. I'm sorry, not across. Why do I say across the pond? She's not across the pond. She's in Connecticut. It just feels like it. But she wasn't at the Travelers. She's in trouble because she could get the boot from her Connecticut retirement home. She's 96. She has 12.6 million TikTok fans. And she likes to party.
So why are we getting rid of her?
Because the Connecticut retirement home wants to throw her out for her partying. She says, I'm a celebrity and a 96-year-old grandma. I can do what I want. Wearing her t-shirt that read, eyes are up here in hot pink lettering, she put a post out saying, getting kicked out of my nursing home. Parties aren't allowed, and you cannot serve alcohol to other residents. in a letter she received from the retirement home. She said it's not going to stop her. I quote, "I can do whatever I want. I pay $12,000 a month to live here, and I can party if I want to. We're going to drink and gossip. It's not a party, but we do get rowdy." She ended by saying, "I can't help it. I love to party. You can't stop me." Go get him, Lillian. Go get him. She has 12.6 million followers on TikTok. She follows one person. It's her grandson, who's a social media influencer and has helped grandma get her loyal following. That's awesome. Awesome.
Doesn't there have to be one lawyer amongst the, what is it again? How many followers?
12.6 schmil.
Right. Don't you think there's got to be a couple lawyers who sit down this morning at their law firm's Monday morning meeting? What do we have to do? This. And doesn't somebody at a few firms raise their hand and go, "Hey, do we want to take on the case of 96-year-old grandma? We'll get a lot of publicity."
That is The Good, Bad, and Ugly, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Great pay, overtime, other jobs available. You know the drill. CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com.
Wow. World Cup triple header. All of them on Fox, Big Fox. 1 o'clock, Brazil, Japan. 4:30, Germany, Paraguay. 9 o'clock, the Netherlands, Morocco. Germany, the biggest favorite on the board. Netherlands, Morocco, the tightest bet on the board. 1 o'clock, 4:30, 9 o'clock. This is the knockout rounds. Began yesterday with Canada with the win. So 3 countries go home today. Be 4 down, 12 to go after today. Reminder, the U.S., 8 o'clock Wednesday night, taking on Bosnia-Herzegovina. They're a big favorite in terms of world soccer rankings. Big favorite. Wednesday at 8. Hovland won the Travelers today over Scheffler. Wimbledon got underway today. Serena's in action tomorrow. 13 baseball games tonight. No Rays. Marlins are in Colorado. Yankees try to snap their losing skid at home against the Tigers.
Phillies and Pirates. Good series there as the Phillies closing the gap on the Bravos. Bravos with the day off could be 2.5 when we wake up tomorrow morning, David.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They were what, 10-21 when they brought in Mattingly? Something like that?
White Sox in Baltimore to take on the Orioles. Guardians hosting the Rangers as far as the 2 teams on top of the AL Central. And David, don't you have to root against the Texas Rangers today? And for that matter, want the Angels to beat the Mariners? I want to wake up in the morning and have 0 teams in the AL West above 500.
I love you talking about the big Guardians-Rangers series and realizing, Mark, that could be a best-of-5 division series. That could be the 2 and the 3 seeds, Mark.
Crazy.
Yes.
Absolutely crazy. And then, if you're up late and you're a baseball fan, Dodgers at Athletics, that one just makes me laugh.
Are the Dodgers in West Sacramento there?
Yes.
Isn't it so great? So they have to walk across that field. I hope there are ejections all week. That's what I root for whenever the A's play at home. I just root for guys having to make the walk of shame.
That situation, as much as the Rays need to get the new ballpark done, And Tampa needs to get this done. They do. It's gonna work. I'm sure of it. What's going on with the Athletics is just a joke to baseball. It's so Bush League. I mean, at least the Rays are playing in the Trop. It's an actual Major League Baseball stadium.
Right. Right. As opposed to what the Rays were playing in last year. Right.
Exactly. And that was because of a natural disaster, for crying out loud. Miller and Moulton, a couple of natural disasters.
Although the owner of the A's, Mark, could be considered a natural disaster.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
No!
This summer, there's only one place to experience the roar of the World Cup at the British Open Pub in Bonita Springs, your World Cup headquarters, where the team is bringing every match live. Full sound on every TV across the patio with daily food and drink specials from the opening match on June 11th through the final on July 19th. Catch the electric atmosphere for every England and USA match and all the matches in between at the British Open Pub, Bonita Springs, at the shops of Pelican Landing, where the World Cup comes alive.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Johnny, I don't know if you're still there, but really and truly, it's getting annoying. All right? I'll do another goddamn hour right now because I know I'm not on satellite because I disconnected. Because I can swear like an MFer right now if I want to. Jesus H. Christ. How do you think you are so damn smart? 4 hours I do every day. And you tell me what we talk about on our goddamn show? Enough already. To the rest of you, thank you so much for listening. Jesus.